Summer's gone, I'm latching on. Don't even know your name, but you're still in my head. Underneath rays of gold, your body oh so close. No, I can't forget, no. When I saw you on the dance floor, oh, I saw you who saw me first. I guess it's history now and I shouldn't care, but it still hurts. I didn't realize the danger, cause you're the end of the rainbow. And the music was so loud, didn't catch your name over this crowd. Girl, you should wear a name tag, cause all I wanna do is to know your name. Girl, you should wear a name tag, that's the only way that I get your name. Girl, you should wear a name tag, it's too important to be your name. People go insane when you walk by. Girl, you should wear a name tag. I need you on the dance floor, 4 a.m. and we go home. I guess it's history now and I shouldn't care, but it still hurts. I didn't realize the danger, cause you're the end of the rainbow. And the music was so loud, didn't get your name out of this crowd. Girl, you should wear a name tag, cause all I wanna do is to know your name. Girl, you should wear a name tag, that's the only way that I get your name. Girl, you should wear a name tag, it's too important to be your name. People go insane when you walk by. Girl, you should wear a name tag. Girl, you should wear a name tag. Girl, you should wear a name tag.
Everyone, welcome to the third round of MAIA Chess Open. I am still not Pia, unfortunately. My name is Hammer, a grandmaster at this game, and I will be guiding you through today's events. And it's an exciting one we have for you. Anna is a favorite according to the ratings. She is playing with the oh my god, moves coming in a ridiculous pace. This is yesterday's game. What the this is we saw all of this yesterday. It's not me doing anything. It's got a mind of its own. I swear this is not me messing up. Oh, Pedro won. That is depressing right there. That was yesterday's win. Unfortunately, yesterday Anna had the white pieces. And today, well, that meant that the game we just saw ended in a win for her. And today, with the black pieces, what I was about to say, playing here against Pedro Marquez, she is a big favorite according to the ratings, boosting a 2045 rating against Pedro's 1831. But to add some intrigue, Pedro yesterday with the white pieces beat a 2,200 rated player. So he's coming off a huge win right before this one. And he's going to want to try and continue in that same fashion against our streamer. Okay, the game is on, and Pedro is starting with knight to f3. Pedro Marquez is apparently a very common name in Portugal because we have a chatter with that same name. Let's go. Well, actually, not let's go the Pedros. Mr. Pedro, are you cheering for the other Pedro Marquez or are you cheering for Ana? That's a big question. There's no clock on the board. Yeah, no clocks right now because something is off. The moves we're getting from the organizers are clearly bugged, and that's why it repeated yesterday's game out of nowhere. So we're gonna need them to fix that before we can get the clocks. Okay, pawn to d5 played by Anna, very traditional play. I noticed when I was preparing against her for the Botes chess camp that Anna, she plays very traditionally against the knight to f3 d4 openings, and then against king pawn openings she goes absolutely wild and plays some crazy Sicilians. Her openings are completely different in style. Whether she plays the king pawn opening or the queen pawn openings, like here. Okay, now she's the one blocking the camera. That is unusual. Knight to f6 was played though. That's because e4 is for maniacs. But if you think pawn to e4 is for maniacs, let me ask you, why are you then playing maniac things against the maniacs? Why are you fighting them in their territory? Why can't you play something boring like the Petrov or the The Berlin. Wouldn't that make sense if the e4 players are crazy? Karu Khan is not a boring opening. It's my opening. Hate playing the Petrov. Everyone does, which is why you should be playing it as black instead of playing these crazy what Leventhal. What are these Sicilians on a place? Somewhat unsound. Even Hammer plays the Petrov. I haven't in a while. But the Petrov was my main opening when I was like 14, 15. I found my calling to be a boring player very early on. Not everyone is as lucky to kind of find themselves at an early age. But I matured very quickly. My mental age when I was a kid, I was like 40. Unfortunately, that meant that my mental age now, 20 years later, is 60. That's the sacrifice that had to be made. Okay, bishop to f4 was played. He plays the London. Are you kidding me? Speaking of boring openings, he comes up with. I must admit, I have never seen this before. Someone taking 3 minutes to consider whether they play the London. That doesn't really fit with the London stereotype. The London players are usually like, oh, I can't wait to play my favorite, incredibly solid, very, frustrating opening. But this guy is actually thinking for 3-4 minutes before unleashing his weapon. Anna plays c5. So she played this quite quickly. And when you play as much online chess as Anna does, I assume that the London is something you're very, very familiar with. It's like the most common internet opening these days. Oh God. It's not me. Once again, a nice illustration of Anna's win yesterday. In particular, this move, f4. Incredible move. Fantastic move. But I think it's fair to say the organizers are yet to fix their relay issues. Let me put you back to the current situation on the board. Is there a black defense working against both e4 and d4? No. This is very interesting. The king pawn opening and the queen pawn opening is so well. Okay, no, that's maybe you can play the modern, but don't do it. Like the only openings you can play against both d4 and e4 are like very bad things that doesn't put pawns in the center of the board. But if you're so desperate, you may check out the modern opening. Okay, pawn to e3. I'm very surprised that took him so much time. Knight to c6 played rather quickly by Anna. And yeah. I genuinely have never seen a London player before that hasn't, memorized or in their eagerness just paced through all the first couple of moves. It's working. Board is fixed. It's not fixed on my end, but maybe I have to reload. Still not fixed on my end. Let me see if I can refresh this. Not working on my end. MAIA chess open, round 3. Round 2, round 3. Gambling. I don't understand how you guys are saying it's fixed for you. Because for me, it's just not. Ah, now it's fixed. I think. Okay, let's do it again. MAIA chess open. All rounds. Round 3. There we go. Okay. I'm used to things actively working against me. Even when you guys said it was fixed, it was just not wanting to be fixed on my end. And now that we have the clocks, the everything in the system fixed, we can see that Anna, for a second day in a row, has a time advantage. That is the most shocking development in this tournament that we could have possibly imagined. What happened yesterday? Anna won a great game with White against Luigi from Italy. I can't imagine what this guy is spending so much time thinking. Yeah, no, me neither. Is he playing the London for the first time? This is a reasonably normal way of playing against the London system. And like I said, London players are usually pretty obnoxious about their enthusiasm for really an opening that doesn't justify that amount of excitement. Has Hammer played the London recently? I played against it, but I don't think I've played it myself in 7 years. And when I did, it was not a success. Terrible opening. Do not recommend. Did you catch the pizza discussion with Luigi at the end of the stream? I heard something about bananas and curry. And I saw Luigi had to be restrained. And peanut is fine, I think. I don't have a problem with peanut. It's not my favorite, but I think that's fine. Why? Well, I mean, I think cashews are way better than peanuts. But nuts in general, I think is fine. A a lot of like fancy pizzas in Norway will have these pine. I'm not sure what the proper term, pine nuts, maybe they call it. I think the concept of nuts on pizzas. Cashews and pistachios better than peanuts. Well, I mean, the thing is, every kind of nut is better than peanut. Hazel is better than peanut. Um, Walnut is better than peanuts. Almonds way better than peanuts. Like peanuts is just like the worst nut there is, and for some reason we're promoting it in so many different things. I think it has to do with peanuts being easier in some way. Pistachios? Yeah, I don't really do pistachios. Pistachios are not really sold in Norway, I think. We have pistachio ice cream, but in far as so far as nut selection goes, we have way more walnuts and almonds and cashews and peanuts, unfortunately. Are coconuts nuts? No, I would think not. How about M&M peanut? Um, I mean, I usually buy M&M chocolates, the one that doesn't have the peanut in the middle. But I will agree that coating peanuts in other good stuff makes it more acceptable. You think the lack of pistachios is holding Norway back? I think we're doing fine. No, yeah, no. Make your own stream channel, Hammer. I'd support you. Thank you. I'll consider doing that. Maybe I'll try and backdate its registration to be like 4 years older than Anna's channel. Okay, C3 played. There's a big discussion going on in the London community, and as a player who wants to beat the London, I get down with the groove with the guys. I stay current to the gossip. And there's a lot of people who believe that putting the knight here on f3 early on is a mistake because it allows black an extra option of going knight to h5 since the knight is blocking the queen's path to that square. But then there are some who say that you can play this way, but you go knight to d2 here because you don't want to go pawn to c3 yet, because there are some variations where you want to go pawn to c4 instead. So there's a variation pretty well known here where black goes pawn grabbing on the queen side, but then white somehow gets pressure in towards the middle of the board by moving their c pawn 2 steps forward instead of just one. So in the London, there are quite a few nuances. And what's the most popular way, I think, playing the London right now is that you play this kind of thing, but you just don't develop the knight, but you do develop this other stuff. So I think this is reasonably common at the top level right now, because you haven't developed your knight, you're making sure that the queen is controlling the h5 square, which in turn prevents this black knight from trying to take out your London bishop. So there's a big debate. Which position should you have after 5 moves? Should you have this one? Or should you have this one with the knight here instead of the pawn up? Or, and then the third option, which is kind of like the old school option, back when nobody played the London, so nobody paid attention to any details. That's when they went pawn to c3. And Anna, she goes queen b6. So she immediately targets this pawn on b2. And I just mentioned how sometimes white will sacrifice this pawn, but that doesn't really work here once you've committed to the c3 move. Because when you played c3, if you're ever going to go pawn up, further up, and put pressure in towards the center of the board later on, then you lost a full move compared to if you had moved your knight out and then sacrificed down here. So in this way of playing, white has to defend against the threat on a mate. And there's 2 moves. It's queen to c2 or queen to b3. I think queen to b3 is the most common. And just putting those queens up against each other. And I know Dina Belenkaya, she is all about trading queens against the youngsters. And Dina is almost my age. So I think she will agree when I say that Anna is still definitely one of the youngsters. We saw her endgame prowess, or lack thereof, in the first round game, and faced with another 60-year-old today, he might go for the queen trade in Belenkaya style. You're only 30? I said she's almost as old as me. Almost doing a lot of work there. Does Hammer like the city London? I definitely like it better than the chess opening. I think that's fair to say. I actually I went to London for the first time when I was pretty old, like 18. Okay, that is, oh wow. Yeah, I'm hearing myself speak, but a chess player travels quite a lot. So I've been a lot of places at a fairly young age. And considering London is one of the big metropolitan cities in the world, comparatively late, going there at I think 18 or 19. But I gotta say, London is amazing. It's so good. And I've since gone back a couple of times. And one of my trips to London, I just spent a lot of time walking around the city. And like everything is in walking distance. I walked from Kensington, where I was staying. I walked over to some kind of palace place where some princess lived, which was at the edge of the Kensington Gardens. And then I walked up to Notting Hill, because I mean Notting Hill, great movie, great movie. And then I walked back down towards Buckingham Palace, and then I did like the museum strip, and then I went back up towards Hyde. If you know London, it's like maybe this is making sense. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is big fan, recommend. That's why the London system is so good. I the London system is solid. Um, but I don't see too many attributes it shares with the city. If black trades the queen on b3, does white have an advantage when the a file is open for the rook? Okay, someone wants me to get back on the chess track, and it's a good question. So here, with the queens looking at each other, it creates a really interesting dynamic in the game. And basically, what's happening here is that black wants white to capture, and white wants black to capture. Whomever captures kind of loses the stare down, which is the traditional stare down regulations, as far as I know. If you blink, you lose. In this case, blinking is capturing. If you do capture, your opponent does get doubled pawns, but this is massively outweighed by the fact that your opponent would then get their rook in a very good positioning, pointing down the edge of the board. And similarly, if Anna here goes pawn to c4, which is the most common move, then capturing the black queen, I think, is a mistake. Because then after the recapture, it is black who has the benefit of opening up for the rook along the edge of the board. So I'm guessing we're gonna see queen to b3, and then it becomes an interesting duel about who can make the most useful moves without cracking and capturing the opponent's queen. Is Pedro just winging it? Did he not study theory? I have no idea. We can safely say that this is the slowest a London player has ever played the London, which is creating the speculation. I think that is what you were speculating. That Pedro is in fact not a London player, and he is just freestyling this whole opening. Maybe he's Anna's male counterpart. Well, the thing is, Anna only plays the same openings over and over and over. She's very Vachier Lagrave esque in that regard. But she would never spend this much time on the first 6 moves. Like, she knows her first 6 moves. It's move 8 and 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and so on. Those are the issue for her, not the initial ones. Tell us about queen to c2. Someone in chat mentioned that after queen to c2, you can potentially play this move bishop f5. But the computer is not mentioning it. I think bishop f5 is interesting in that if you capture the bishop, then you're leaving the protection of the pawn. Now, a bishop is worth more than a pawn, but the problem is not so much that you lose the pawn, but that the rook is in massive trouble thereafter. The issue is that even though this bishop is pointing down on the queen, white can make an intermediate move or intermezzo, or Zwischenzug. Such an important terminology in chess that the Germans, the English, and the Italians all had to make their own phrase for it. And here, pawn takes c5, attacks the black queen. And if the black queen recaptures, well, then the queen is no longer putting pressure against the b2 pawn. Now, you can capture the white queen, and then the queen is captured and you recapture. And you manage to open up for the rook along the side of the board. Which, to be fair, I have been saying that it would be advantageous for the player who manages to get their rook file opened. But here there's a very crucial difference to the other scenarios of this that we studied previously, and that is that black no longer has a pawn on the c file. And why is that important? Well, it means that these doubled pawns are not just doubled pawns, they're isolated doubled pawns. And well, isolated is bad. It means that no other pawns can defend them, and it makes them extra vulnerable in the future. Still, this is probably okay for black, but it's not as impressive with the rook pointing down on the open file as the previous variations we saw. I am genuinely shocked at this guy. He has spent 30 minutes so far on the first 5 moves, and we're still like in territory with thousands upon thousands of played games. I think these timeless pieces are the ugliest. Are you offending my taste in chess aesthetics? This is not timeless pieces. I think these are the wooden pieces, neo wood. They're by far the best. I will agree that they look a lot better with the walnut design. This is how I usually have my board. And this is how my board was for the first round of this tournament. And then I got freaking told that no, please use the green board for the Anna broadcast. And you know, I try to be a nice guy. I do as I'm told. But I don't like it. And I also think I want to mention this, that my ability now to do green highlights on the board is not great with the green board. So I've basically lost a highlight color. Wait. As a result of this. Normally I have 3 to choose between. But no, 4 to choose between, but here the green ones are just impossible. Walnut, so much better choice for real. Yeah. Please leave that in the feedback form. But, you know, I do what I'm told. Frozen Sea is so cool. Okay, now I gotta check that out. Frozen Sea? Icy Sea. Yeah, we don't have the same aesthetics, do we? Okay, we got queen to b3. So now we've had this big discussion. The queens are looking down on each other. Who's gonna crack first? Who's gonna make the trade? And Anna very quickly, which to me suggests that she is familiar with this opening. She plays pawn to c4, attacking the white queen, trying to provoke the trade. And here, because you still have the c pawn, that means these doubled pawns not isolated. In fact, you might actually benefit from being the aggressor, having placed your pawns in on the opponent's half. And this should be advantageous for black. And if white chooses to retreat, it might look weird retreating after you've kind of allowed your opponent a free move forward. But the idea for white here is that in playing this pawn forward, black no longer has pressure in towards the center of the board, which means if white afterwards could blow open the center by pushing their pawn up to e4, that could attack the pawn on d5. It could loosen up the defenses of this c4 pawn, and it could become a problem for black in the long run. Not to mention that also you have some ideas like pawn to b3. And now, since you provoked the opponent into pushing their pawn forward, when you challenge it, the pawn has to trade. It doesn't have any way of being reinforced. But then after the trade, white manages to open up for their rook, like they wanted all along. Pedro has spent almost 30 minutes so far, and despite spending so much time, I think he's making poor decisions. He took the queen, so he's using the Bell and Kaya strat. He's going into the endgame against the kid. But the thing is, even though the queens are traded off, we cannot call this an endgame. There's way too many pawns and pieces still on the board. And when Anna now has recaptured the queen, she also has her rook very conveniently placed with an open file pointing down on white, in addition to having the more aggressive pawn. Her plan is going to be something like pawn to b5, pawn to b4, just rushing this guy up the board. That's going to emphasize black's space advantage on the queen side, in addition to trading off the doubled pawn that black has. So a very traditional way of the game continuing from here would be pawn to a3, and when black pushes forward, you can just continue pushing forward. The idea being that even though white has two captures on this pawn, both of those captures are ill-advised due to the rook pointing down towards the white rook. If you capture the knight, black comes in, infiltrates with the rook to win the game. And for that reason, this kind of position is very favorable for black, because then you can actually then afterwards play the next pawn up, and you're just very nicely aggressive with your pawns on the queen side. You have no pawn weaknesses. Yeah, you're a little bit behind on development, but because of the strength of these pawns and how they are limiting the options for all of the opponent's pieces, it's just a very, very good, pleasant position for black to be in. So the opening has been a tremendous success so far, not at least because Anna has a 30-minute, 30-minute time advantage. Okay. Knight to d2 has been played. The move I would like to see right now is b5. Just rush that pawn up the board. That is generally the best idea, in my opinion. Aren't we supposed to not think for 30 minutes of the opponent's time and instead take a bit of a break? Um, I mean, but Anna hasn't really been thinking. She's been sitting at the board, but she hasn't really been thinking because she's only been playing moves she already knew from before. So it's not like she's been using tons of energy, like calculating tricky tactical, capture sequences, that kind of thing. Um, so I think it's fine. I don't think she's been, like I said, spending a lot of energy. Let's go. Pawn to b5. She's playing all the right moves this tournament. She blundered her kind of way out of a good result against the Grandmaster in round one. But even after that game, she was like, I'm happy with the way I'm playing. And that's the most important part. And right now she's making good decisions and she's not spending a lot of time in doing so. Pawn to b5, I think, is a very, very good plan in this kind of pawn structure middle game. And he's much better. And the computer says as much. Computer says black is significantly better. Not winning, but clearly better. In fairness, Pedro is making it very easy for her. I mean, everything is easier when you know the opening. But the whole thing is how do you know what opening your opponent knows? Like, is that luck or is that skill or is that preparation? Sometimes I hit my preparation. I manage to predict my opponent's opening. Is that skill? Is it luck? Or sometimes we have a completely different opening than the one I thought was going to occur, but I had done some work on that recently, so I had it fresh in my mind. You can say he's making it easy for her, but that is a result of her playing all the perfect moves, which in turn is a result of her probably having prepared this opening recently. And so she's being rewarded for the work that's been done. She couldn't know that this was going to happen today because, frankly, there's nothing to suggest Pedro is ordinarily a London player. Then there's like 3 decisions and some time usage he would have done differently if he was. So probably she's playing something she had prepared for a different occasion, and she's getting rewarded for the effort she put in back then. Maybe he's just letting her get used to this pace and then he's gonna go ham. Um, I don't think that's how things work. And even if it was, I wouldn't, it would be better to play your opening quickly, then spend a lot of time, and then lull your opponent into a false sense of security. there's no need to play this slowly in the opening, even if what you're saying was a devious strategy. Maybe it's not prep, maybe it's fairly obvious moves. And knowing Anna, do you think she would have played this quickly if it was? I'm just I'm just looking at the evidence in front of me and making some educated guesses as a result. What's her score so far? She won yesterday, but unfortunately, she lost in the first round against the Grandmaster. So she's on 1 point out of 2, and we're hopeful of a second point today. She's the favorite in this matchup, and she's got a good opening and a good time advantage. What would it take for her to lose this? Losing chess games is the easiest thing in the world, I assure you. Uh, all you gotta do is one mistake. Doesn't even have to be a mistake on the board. You could get low on time and then not pay attention, be deep in some of your own calculations, and suddenly realize that you spent more time than you had on the clock. What would you suggest as a next move? I would play the move b4. I think that's consistent with this previous advance. I want to try and advance as far up as I can. And then if white captures, then we can recapture. And we're having two threats. Number one, we're threatening the pawn on a2. And number two, if that pawn moves, then the knight can come in, check on the king, threat on the rook, and that is a fork, and that is game over. Just winning a straight rook. So b4 would be my choice. I would assume he then castles, and then you can capture this pawn on c3. And you can potentially target this pawn in the future. Imagine you can try and get your knight up here. You can try and maneuver your bishop around to here. The rook up in from the side. I think this would be a pretty promising way of playing. Computer doesn't like it though, which is interesting. Computer wants to move h6, and it actually says h6 is significantly better than the alternatives. But it's an incredibly sneaky move. The point of h6 is that you're creating an escape square on h7 for the bishop. So the idea is that if Anna here goes bishop to f5, which is a really good development of that bishop pointing down in that area where she wants to attack using her rook and her advancing pawn. If she does this immediately, then knight to h4 kicks the bishop, and the bishop cannot remain safely on the diagonal because if it backs up, the knight will be able to capture it even there. So the bishop needs to go all the way back, but there's a pawn in the way. So pawn to h6 is brilliant, but nearly impossible to realize the importance of, because pawn to h6 is basically saying I want to get my bishop on this diagonal next, and I'm prepared to spend a seemingly wasteful move on the side of the board in order to secure my bishop's diagonal for the foreseeable future, forever, potentially. How much time before the game does she know her opponent? So the opponent is usually announced right after everyone is done for the evening. So Anna has presumably known about her opponent since about 10 p.m. yesterday. The exception is the first round, where you normally don't find out who you're playing against until like 30 minutes, 15 minutes before the start. But that's why preparation can be such a huge tool in chess tournaments. If you know who you're playing against and you have a big database of games they have played in the past, then you can make a pretty accurate estimation of which opening they're likely to play and where you should focus your energy on what to study. Anna playing Andrea prep. Is she? I don't know. Andrea doesn't play the London like this. She plays the Jabava London. And when I was saying I'm not a big fan of the London, that's nothing compared to how I feel about the Jabava. At least here, White has built a nice triangle. Pawns protecting each other up the board, that is a sensible thing to do. And that's part of why everyone hates the London, because it's kind of sensible. It's not ordinarily that easy to play against. Although Anna has definitely so far in this game made it seem like a breeze. The double palm on face, this could be bad. I don't think that is a bad omen whatsoever. It just means she's focused. If anything, it's a good thing. Hammer, which time control do you think is the best at improving if you're 1600 FIDE? I think generally as you improve, you will want to go to quicker and quicker time controls. Because there is something to be said for quantity in training. The problem is that when you're starting out, you have so many thoughts about chess that you kind of need to work through, and you haven't really developed your instincts and you don't have the level simply to discard a lot of the possibilities, which as you become better, there's just certain things you will not spend time thinking about because you're at the level where you realize, well, this is not going to happen because it's bad because of reasons. So I think gradually, as you get better, it would probably be good to go down on What I mean is to play in slower, quicker time controls. Good save. I try. I try. Why does it look like you pulled two all-nighters? Do you guys don't you guys get taught that claiming the streamer looks tired is kind of rude? You're lucky I don't have anything, ban related. I don't look like I just pulled two all-nighters, sir. Computer didn't like this? No, computer wasn't a fan of this B4 move, but it was my top choice. So I will stand by that this was a good decision. It was my instinct. I cannot criticize her for playing the move that I was recommending. The reason the computer is not such a fan, it basically has to do with Black spending a lot of time on some different things without getting their pieces into the game. So computer wants here to capture the pawn on b4, allowing the knight to come in with that double threat, and then just castling, saying that Anna, you may very well capture the pawn on a2, but I don't think it's going to work out for you because you've neglected getting all of these other pieces into the game. So even though white has a pawn less right now, white could end up coming out on top here. Although it's not entirely obvious to me how that would happen. It also feels a bit bad to have the rook pointing down against your rook. Essentially, by capturing white's pawn, you're also activating the white rook. And now the knight cannot go back because of the pressure down towards the black rook in return. So this is like the reason why the computer thinks this b4 move is not so great, but it still feels black is better here. And I think it's a difficult decision for white to make to go for that pawn sacrifice we just looked at. So I think white is going to castle instead. I don't think he wants to deal with the black knight coming up into an attacking position. So I think he's going to castle, and then the computer is going to say, Anna is much better, just like she was previously. This is why you take with the rook and not the knight. Yeah, so Barca taking with the rook instead is actually just losing instantly. So after knight takes castles, the advantage of taking with the rook is that you're no longer subjected to that rook pointing down towards the opposing rook. Like the knight is not pinned. But the disadvantage is that now, after the trade, white has another rook coming in immediately. The remaining black rook is completely out of play on the other side of the board, and the knight has to save itself. And after the knight saves itself, the rook comes in, pressure in towards the bishop. A bishop cannot move because the king is in trouble. And if the king moves to defend the bishop, the knight comes in, and it's a complete fiasco. Just a winning position for white. So if you had gone down this road, If you wanted to capture the white pawn, which incidentally the computer didn't want for these reasons, where the white rooks really get into play very nicely, you definitely should take with a knight. That being said, we don't need to have that discussion because Anna's opponent, he played castles, like I said he would. Trust the grandmaster. In Hammer we trust. You say that, but I'm not sure that's I'm not sure that's true for the entirety of chat. I feel like there's some there's some doubters. Why didn't she develop her pieces? Because she wanted to start the attack early on, and she wanted to try and exploit the fact that she had opened up for her rook early on towards the white king, no, white queen side. Also, she wanted to avoid. So, something that could have happened here is that we got a position like this, where white suddenly has two pawns controlling this b4 square, making sure that black can never continue forward with that pawn. And that is usually pretty annoying to deal with because then you're not getting further forward and your rook is not that great because it's pointing down towards a pawn protected by another pawn. So this kind of pawn formation would keep the black rook at bay, which is why it can be very favorable to push forward early on before white has that time to create the defensive structure. And one of the good moves Anna could choose at this point is to make the trade between the pawns and then go rook to a3. Benefiting here from having pushed that pawn forward, because she made a pawn trade, she now has an easier time getting access to attacking the white pawns. And then after white is forced to go into a defensive stance, then she can prioritize getting her pieces out. But that is like a very, I agree that she's breaking a lot of general chess principles in this. I wouldn't recommend to people starting out who doesn't already master the basics of getting your pieces out to play like this. Then I would be more like, get those pieces out and not at least get castled. But the thing is, once you know the principles, then you're allowed to break them too. Because then you're better equipped to realize the exceptions to the rule. First, you got to master the general rule, and then you can start to break them. But Anna is probably going to spend a bit of time at this stage because now she's clearly out of her opening prep, and also she has initiated potential complications by pushing her pawn forward so early on. So now she's going to have to calculate captures. She's going to have to figure out how she wants the pawns to be placed. That's an important one right now. Do you want to make the trade here? What are the pros and cons? one of the pros is that the pawn on c3 is a potential weakness. It's the furthest back white pawn, and it has the ability to be attacked in quite a few different ways. Long-term ways, but still ways. It also has the benefit of leaving this white a pawn without an adjacent pawn, making this an isolated pawn. What are the cons then of this decision? Well, it allows white to get an open file for one or both of their rooks, pointing down and maybe even making it into black's half of the board. And that's a pretty significant con. And then you have to weigh the pros and cons and figure out whether this is a method you wanna use. Then you have a different idea, pawn to e6. Well, now then you have to count on white potentially capturing your pawn. And then as black recaptures, how do you assess this pawn formation compared to the pawn formation when the black pawn was on the c3 square? This is the difference. Pros and cons? Well, with the pawn here, the rook can no longer be on this b file and point down towards black's position. They have a different half open file where you can point your rook down, but that is pointing directly at a black pawn that's protected by another black pawn and can even get more reinforcements in later on. So this way of playing and this pawn formation for white, while the white pawns are better at defending each other, they don't allow for the white rooks to thrive the same way as they would if this trade happens. And that is a significant strategic decision to make. How do you weigh weakening your opponent's pawn structure compared to allowing the opponent some activity for their rook and or rooks? So I'm thinking she's gonna spend some time here, and I'm gonna use this opportunity to take a little break, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes. And I'm back. And as predicted, nothing has happened. And well, I gave I think a pretty sound reasoning for why nothing is happening. Simply because now the tension Anna has created between these two pawns on the queen side, but also the fact that she hasn't really developed her king side, that makes for a tricky decision. She goes for the trade. So, good news, white is now getting a bad pawn formation. After the recapture, this pawn on c3 is weak and can potentially be attacked multiple times moving forward. The bad news about this is that white can now utilize this B file to try and point down in towards the black position. Wow. And after the trade, she goes h6. That is pretty shocking. Because that's the move we talked about earlier, that the computer was like, oh, this is a brilliant move if you do this. Very, very interesting. So pawn to h6 was the computer's top choice here. Instead of just continuing further forward, the computer felt it was very nuanced to go h6 here in order to get the bishop on this let's do it in blue, on this diagonal. And to be fair, the importance of getting the bishop to that diagonal has only increased. After she makes the decision to take on c3 and the recapture, now getting the bishop to f5 is incredibly important because it points down towards the b1 square. And what did we say? We said that the disadvantage of the decisions she made to trade between the pawns is that white is able to get the rook to the b1 square and point down towards the black position. So going bishop f5 makes a lot of sense to stop that from happening. But if you do that right now, then the knight can move out on the edge of the board, and the bishop is unable to stay on the diagonal. If you go up here, then the bishop just gets chased away, and you can't keep this b1 square under control. So already she spent like 2 moves with her pawn on the queen side, delaying the development of her pieces, and she's delaying it even more by playing h6. So the delay of development is a very real concern. But then the question is, will she now be able to prevent rook to b1? And the answer seems to be yes. If white just plays like a standard move, what would a standard move here be, though? Yeah, white kind of has to play rook to b1 now. It's the only sensible thing that you have in your position. The problem with this move is rook to a3. After rook to a3, now we come back to the pawns being weakened, and the potential for black to attack the pawns more easily after the trade. In fact, here, the only way for white to keep that pawn protected is to go rook to c1. But then bishop f5, we get this move preventing the rook from returning to its optimal square. And now if white tries to chase the bishop away, the bishop has the escape square on h7, which justifies this h6 move. In fact, in the current position that we have on the analysis board, the computer feels black is winning because you accomplished everything you set out to do. You wanted to attack this weak pawn, you wanted to attack this weak pawn, and the rook is doing both of those things. And you wanted to prevent the white rooks from getting into the game, and the bishop is taking care of business. And this explains why she's been postponing the development of her pieces for so long, because she wanted to wait until she maximized the potential of her strategic queenside advantage before she started going pawn up, bishop out, king castle, and then the next rook over. And the point is that white kind of is lacking a good plan, so you have the time to kind of just spend all that maneuvering, and then at the end of it, the two rooks working together will point down towards the white isolated pawn to win the game. Very interesting play, very bold play, because she is massively neglecting her own development. But I think this is going to work out. The reason the computer is unhappy is because the computer feels that white can play pawn to a4. The idea being that pawn to a4 stops the black rook from getting to the a3 square. So this move makes sense. What doesn't make that much sense afterwards is that the computer wants to continue with pawn to a5, sacrificing this pawn in order to try and open up the queen side before the black king side pieces get into play. Pawn to a5, I think, is a very difficult move to find. And as long as Anna gets her bishop to f5, preventing the rook from getting to b1, I think in practical play, this is a very nice position for black. Computer might think white is okay, but also keep that in mind. Like, the computer is saying it's equal as opposed to being much better for Anna, which is what it was saying earlier. So it's now a question of whether Pedro can play some great moves in order to try and fight and put up a fight instead of just getting absolutely clobbered, which was the circumstance if he tries to go with a rook to the open file immediately. Computers can feel. I mean, it's just, you know, good use of a language. It makes the commentary come alive. I've gotten very good feedback on my tendency to give the computer human emotions. Knight h4 isn't good. So knight h4, you're kind of onto the right track in terms of, okay, my opponent is planning this move. Let me try and prevent it. But this is actually a very cute reason for why Anna. So when you're trying to create the escape square on h7, you have to move the pawn. And then you can ask yourself, do you want to move the pawn 2 steps or 1 step? And you could say moving 2 steps is better because it's more aggressive and you just want to, you know, get a lot of space for your pieces. But by going only 1 step forward, the advantage of that is that now if knight to h4, trying to prevent your plan A, you got a very good plan B with the h pawn guarding the next pawn, making its way forward and attacking both of white's pieces at the same time, winning one of them, and with it the game. So yeah, there's not really any way for white to prevent bishop to f5. The only thing that would prevent it is going with the rook on the open file before the bishop manages to prevent it. And now the bishop cannot go and attack the rook, because then you're leaving your own pawn undefended. But because Anna, and I'm sure she saw this in advance, because she can go on the counterattack, force the rook back into its defensive positioning, and then get the bishop out. This is a very, very nice situation for her. I'm optimistic right now. Okay, knight to e5. Okay, so he's moving forward. He kind of did have a lack of good ideas, so just trying to move your pieces forward make a lot of sense. Computer saying rook to a3 or pawn to g5. This is kind of surprising to me, because there's only one move I want to make, and it's not on the top 3 list, which is actually somewhat concerning. I want to go bishop f5. That's the whole reason we did all of this. I think it's worth mentioning that making the trade between the knights could potentially be a huge mistake. Because if you take white's knight, I suspect white would recapture with the pawn, attacking the knight on d7, and when the knight retreats, there's something to be said for the fact that white can try and maneuver their knight to the d4 square, which has now opened up. Although computer says this is a terrible idea. Okay, so even knight takes knight would be okay. But the argument I was trying to make is that I do not mind if white captures my knight. And this is a very important piece of understanding we need to have for the current situation. If I go bishop f5 now, I welcome a trade between the knights, because after that trade, I have reinforced my own pawns. So now this one is protecting the next one that's protecting the top one. And yeah, I have doubled pawns, and yeah, white now has a pawn with a clear path forward without other pawns stopping it. But I don't need a pawn to stop this one. I have my rook. In fact, I'm going to have both my rooks, because I'm going to go rook up and then the other rook on the other side. And I just do not see any reason we should be concerned about this. I'm happy to have reinforced my control in the center. I'm happy I got my bishop to the f5 square so that I'm pointing down towards b1, making sure that the white rooks are unable to get into the game. And if you want your rook into the game, you can do that, but it's incredibly time consuming. White can go pawn to a4, then rook to a2, then rook to a1, and then rook to b2. This is a potential way for white to sidestep my control of the b1 square and try to get into the open file. The problem with that is, as you may have noticed, black got all their pieces working together in the meantime. And here, after a trade of bishops, black will come in with the rook themselves. And this kind of position, even though it's equal on number of pawns, and even though black has doubled pawns, and even though white has a pawn supported by the rook trying to make its way forward, all of that sounds great. Yet the computer believes black is completely winning. And the reason is simple. It's because black is controlling the open file with the rook. And then afterwards, after you put the rook up into the attack, then you can bring your king. And basically this white pawn that at some point you started thinking maybe that one can do something, it's nowhere close to doing anything. In fact, it will just be surrounded by the black pieces. I'll maneuver my knight over here afterwards, and then maybe I'll start attacking the next weakness in the white pawn formation, and black wins the game easily. So even though whether this white pawn on a2, whether it's like a passed pawn that can get all the way over without having an opposing pawn interrupting its path, either way, it's never going to be a new queen as long as black has either the rook or can gradually move the king over to blockade its hopes. So the point of this h6 move was to go bishop to f5, and I believe Anna should do so right now and not be concerned about the knight trade, as the knight trade will just allow her to reinforce central control. Exa, a rook is generally quite significantly more valuable than a bishop. So even though it's like a trade between one piece for another, it's the rook is so much better that in chess we cannot allow ourselves to make such a trade. At this point, I'm confident the engine is just trying to spite Hammer by saying all his moves are bad. Well, that's the thing. So I'm generally happy as long as Anna plays good human moves. Because it doesn't really matter whether she doesn't play the computer's top choice, as long as there is a good human logic behind what she's doing. Because normally, if the computer says something is bad for strange reasons, your opponent is not going to figure out what those strange reasons are. And so you're probably going to be fine. Is a developed bishop worth more than an undeveloped rook? Most of the time, yes. There are exceptions, but the potential for the rook to get into play later on is usually greater than the disadvantage of having to play with a bishop against a rook. So even when a rook is bad right now, it always has the potential to become better. Like, say white loses a pawn. Well, yeah, then that's bad in terms of losing a pawn, but it usually means that there are more openings for the rook to get into the game. And so you'd rather lose a pawn than lose a rook for a bishop, for instance. There's 9 rounds in this tournament, Burbar. Okay, she's taken the knight. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan at all. She doesn't like the doubled pawns, is my guess. Although this does create an interesting decision for white, and one that is not obvious whatsoever. My first instinct was to recapture here with the pawn, but the computer feels that's a mistake. So computer says bishop takes is better for white, while pawn takes is better for black. The reason is that if bishop takes right now, obviously your plan has been and will be moving your bishop to f5 to control the b1 square and make sure that the white rook cannot get into the game. The issue right now is that white can capture the black knight, and then when you recapture, honestly, not really clear what pawn you should recapture with. Computer says using the pawn in towards the center is way, way better than the alternative. But the problem here is that after this trade, white now has the ability to play pawn to e4. And this is a huge, huge problem for black. Because if you take this pawn with the bishop, then you lose your bishop. And that also means you lose your control of the b1 square, allowing white to start attacking. And this is also one of the reasons that having the trade between the knights could be favorable, was that it also means that if white ever were to get their rook pointing down the open file, then at least it wouldn't be attacking your pawn. And also, like, if the pawn had been on the c6 square, then you could have just moved back. Because then we were talking about how the pawns would have been defending each other. Whereas here, you can't move back because then your central pawn just gets captured. And once that one gets captured, there's another one that cannot be defended afterwards. And if you take with the pawn, well, then your pawn is blocking your bishop. So your opponent, number one, can recapture on c4. So they're not even down a pawn, but in addition, they will be able to get their rook to this b1 square because the bishop is not controlling there with the pawn standing in the way. After bishop takes knight, Anna is actually in trouble. And not just like a little trouble, like she's in massive trouble. Knight takes knight was actually, it wasn't obvious, but it was a really, really bad move. Because it allows white to prevent this bishop to f5 plan. Or it doesn't really prevent the plan, but it creates a good antidote against it. But the good news is that my first instinct here was to recapture with a pawn. Because if you recapture with a pawn, then you get that attack against the knight and you force the knight back, which feels good, forcing your opponent back. And then after the knight goes back, you also have this move pawn to e4, where you're creating pressure in the center of the board. And if the white pawn is captured, similarly to what we were studying in the other variations, that allows white to get forward and take out one of the most restricting pawns that black had. And next up, the rook will come in, and there will be lots of easy play for the white pieces. And part of that is because the knight was forced away from the control of the e4 square. So I'm not sure. I would say like it's 35% pawn takes, 65% bishop takes. It's not the greatest odds. I think it makes sense taking with the bishop just to preserve your own pawn structure. But there's definitely a chance that he makes the wrong decision here. Which would be very, very welcome news, as I think right now, if bishop takes, Anna is in major problems because she has neglected the development of her king side. Anna has been lulled into old man chess. Let's just say we're approaching the end game now. I wasn't willing to call it an end game immediately after the queens were traded, but now having traded an additional pair of pawns and a pair of knights, we're definitely closer to endgame territory, aka old man territory. But even if he does make the right decision, he's down to 36 minutes. And they only made 12 moves each. They have an additional 28 moves to make before move 40. So the time usage in this game has not been stellar. Anna's, I think, has been kind of fine, maybe a bit too much. But his has been outrageous because Anna at least has made some decisions to postpone her development, which can be strategically risky, as she is potentially finding out in the near future. But he hasn't really done anything special, which means he can't really justify having only 35 minutes left. Oh, he took with a pawn. That's very good news. He follows what was my first instinct, but in this circumstance, the instinct was wrong. Because taking with the bishop would have also managed to create problems with pawn to e4 afterwards. So he's taking with the pawn now in order to kick the knight back so the knight can no longer influence the e4 square. But it turns out even taking with the bishop and then taking out the knight would have been effective in allowing pawn to e4 afterwards. Basically, white wanted to play pawn to e4 here no matter what. And the question was, what is the best way of accomplishing this move in the near future? And he goes for the very sensible, if I force the knight away, I can play my pawn up afterwards. But the problem of this is, well, I'm sure it's going to become more apparent as we go. But one of the major problems is that the white bishop is now being blocked by its own pawns in multiple directions. And I could actually see the I could actually see this pawn being a problem in the future. Because Anna can go pawn to g5. Imagine here after pawn to e4. There are some situations where you can go with the pawn, attack the bishop, and when the bishop goes back, you can go after the pawn in the middle of the board afterwards. Okay, maybe you want to first go pawn to e6 to create your pawn chain with the pawns defending each other, and then you can go after this one. There's also something to be said for that after knight to d7 now, this knight has a pretty good path to the a4 square, which is the square she used in her previous black game against the Grandmaster. This time she's not winning a pawn by getting there, but getting the knight to a4 will then put massive pressure on white's c3 pawn. And if she can force white on the defensive, that would give her the time she needs. So basically, if white is busy defending, he can't attack. And then Anna is going to have time to get her pieces out in the meantime. Because right now, yeah, not a great look that you just haven't gotten anything ready on the king side. Why is she thinking? Good question. Very good question. I guess she's concerned that after knight to d7, white could potentially have this move e6. And then after pawn takes, yeah, black is up a pawn. But sometimes you feel uncomfortable even with such an extra pawn because this bishop prevents the pawn from getting forward. And this pawn prevents the other pawn from getting forward. And here you're in a situation where this bishop is massively struggling to get into the game. And if the bishop can't get into the game, neither can the rook. That being said, she can push this pawn and then use the next pawn up. So it's not actually a problem. Yeah, that's an easy solution. So I guess she's just going to have to figure out that there's no need to be concerned about some classic pawn sacrifice, which tries to lock in the black pieces because you can unravel from that. That's the only downside I can see with this knight to d7 move. What's the worst possible we should be aware of? I mean, the worst possible would be knight to e4. Because then white can just trade. And after the trade, this pawn, well, it has to take the knight, but then it leaves the protection of the c4 pawn. So this would be pretty bad. Losing a pawn for no good reason. Knight g4 is worse. Yeah, this is true. If you move forward, then your knight is trapped. The knight has nowhere safe to go. Bishop on c1. This is f8, but I get what you're saying. The bishop is struggling to get into play. What do you think of her French bishop after she plays pawn to e6? Her bishop is fine. This bishop does what it needs to do. So you may say, oh, it's blocked in every direction. But the bishop protects the pawn. And here, white will try to attack. And she doesn't need to be concerned about that attack because the bishop is there to do its job. And then in the long term, this bishop is going to be fine because she's going to maneuver her knight into the attack, forcing white on the defensive. And once white is on the defensive, this bishop can get out and get into the game. Her problems right now are purely short term. White has doubled pawns in the center. White has an isolated pawn, a pawn that cannot be defended by other pawns on c3, and an isolated pawn on a3, same concept. White's pawn formation is terrible, which means if Anna manages to move her knight away, get her pawn up, get her bishop out, get the knight into the attack, if she gets 4 moves for free, the game is over. She wins. Because then she's solved her short-term issues and she started attacking the long-term concerns that white has in their position. So this is a typical example of a super, super interesting game where one player has the short-term advantage and the opponent has the long-term advantage. Why does white have a short-term advantage? Well, because right now, black is essentially playing this game with these 3 pieces. Those are the only ones participating. But white has 2 rooks and 2 bishops. You can argue that the knight is not really involved, but at the least it's more involved than the black bishop, right? So in a way, right now, white is playing with a rook and bishop extra. And if white can make some big threats in the near future before the rook and bishop gets into the game, then white is going to win. On the other hand, if Anna manages to get her bishop into the game, get her rook involved as well, then she's very likely to win because she has these long-term targets to go after. Do they spend more time thinking about the position or calculating? That's a good question, Sato. But it also depends on. We first have to define what the difference between thinking and calculating. Because to a lot of people, that sounds like synonyms. Personally, I spend way more time what I would say is thinking about a position rather than calculating. And that's because I think it's way more difficult to formulate a plan and assessing possible variations than I think it's difficult to kind of calculate, I go there, you go there, I go there, you go there. That part of it, which we call calculation, I do this, you do this, I do this, you do this. That part I think is reasonably easy compared to the part where you use your instinct together with your conscious mind to figure out what is it I'm trying to achieve here and how am I going to achieve it. Plus the parts where you have to go, okay, I've made a couple of calculations. I have option A, option B, and option C. Which one is better? You can be finished with your calculation without having made an assessment on which option is better. Calculating means that you know the moves you're considering, but I think making the assessment on which option of the different calculations you've made is the better one, that's kind of like a separate thing to the calculation itself. So I would call that assessment, and then I would call, figuring out what to do in the long term, that I would call planning. And then calculation is the A, B, C, D. I go there, you go there. It's all chess and it's all thinking. But I think, I believe for me, the calculation is the easier part of these three. But you can't assess without being able to calculate the variation. This is true. So you have to do the calculation first, but the principle still remains. The timing, you have to do the calculation first, but the assessment is still the more difficult part. What a move? I don't know. You know what I think is the biggest irony with this? I think she went knight to g8 because she wanted to avoid the move e6. That's my theory. But here, the computer says the move e6 is better now than it would have been if the knight had retreated. And the point is that now Anna doesn't have the control of the e5 square, so she can't take with the pawn and push that pawn up afterwards, because that square is just not in black's control. And here, something like this, which we studied in the previous variation, is just absolutely devastating. This is just winning for white. And the reason is that black is playing without their bishop and without their rook. So even though white is technically down a pawn, they also have the ability to use their rooks and bishops in a way black isn't really even close to. The point of why she wants to go to g8 instead, though, is that now pawn to e6 can be met by bishop takes. But the interesting part here, now this pawn sacrifice is never going to happen. It's way too advanced. But the point here is that if you give the pawn and let the bishop capture it, now black is unable to go pawn to e6 next, and black wants to have all the pawns defending each other up the way. And now pawn to e4 manages to break down black's pawn formation and how you're protecting the c4 pawn. Because now you're unable to have a pawn defend, and if a pawn is not defending the pawn on d5, then, bishop takes gets the job done, but it also means that if this had been a pawn defending the next guy, then white wouldn't be able to capture. But because it's a bishop, white can just capture the pawn on c4. And white is doing pretty good. And black still hasn't gotten any of this into the game. I don't think that's going to happen, though. I would say pawn to e4 is definitely the move. That was the intention white had when they took with a pawn to attack the knight. They wanted to chase the knight away so that you could gain more control of this e4 square, chase the knight away from that, and then push forward. After which Anna is planning to go e6, and then she will have a nice pawn formation here, so-called pawn chain, the chain of pawns working together. And yeah, computer believes white is a bit better. But even though the computer believes white is more better here than after bishop takes pawn, I think black's position is way easier to play here than it would have been in the bishop takes knight situation a couple of moves ago. So I'm not too concerned about this. Computer likes white, but Anna has a decent position. There's nothing massively wrong with it. It's not easy for her to make a clear mistake. And her opponent might make some mistakes as well. Bishop to f3 attacks this pawn, but we're playing e6. And now Anna is she's gonna be able to play a very quick move, which is very nice. Wow. Engine says pawn to e6, which is like the most obvious thing in the world, is not the best move. Instead, it's recommending pawn to g5, attacking the bishop. And when the bishop retreats, once again, instead of just defending in the center, pawn to h5. And now if bishop takes pawn, the white bishop is actually trapped. Oh my God, the bishop is trapped, but the computer says this is winning for white after pawn to e6. Because then suddenly you're opening up for the bishop. If pawn takes pawn, the bishop comes in to attack the rook. So it doesn't matter that the pawn is attacking the... Yeah, no, this is too wild. Just play pawn to e6. What even is this position? Yeah, but that is what happens when you have those short-term versus long-term advantages. It's so typical that the computer will find some crazy stuff for both parties because of that inherent imbalance in the situation. But I would like to see her play e6 now pretty quickly, though. It would seem she actually is considering this g5 move. Otherwise, she would have moved already. But there's no need to be fancy. Just get the pawn forward and keep everything defended. And now also, after pawn to e6, if he then continues with pawn to e4, trying to increase this pressure, here Anna will play knight to e7. Great move. Just keeping the defensive thing. Wow, she goes g5. Okay, top computer choice. Ah, this is interesting. Okay, so here, if e6, pawn to e4, like she could go pawn to g5 here. It would be basically the same thing, right? No, it's not the same thing. Because here the computer wants to move this bishop to the e3 square in order to later on be able to go with the bishop to d4. The idea being that here this bishop will protect two of white's major weaknesses in the position. By playing pawn to g5 now before protecting the pawns in the center, what Anna is achieving is that she forces him to back towards the king side with that bishop, where it remains out of play because it's knocking on its own pawn, but it's knocking on its own pawn without giving that protection to the major weakness at the same time. So that's why it was so clever going this g5 move first, because it limited white's options. You wanted to play this move anyway, but by doing it now, you did it at a time when the central retreat, the retreat towards the middle of the board, was not available to him. H5 is not clever. I mean, H5 makes sense to me, but there was some fancy trickery against it. Yeah, she just goes E6. Okay, this is very encouraging. That was 2 good decisions in a row. And now the computer is just saying black is much better. And after pawn to E4, now pawn to H5. And the same thing going after the bishop. And now if the bishop is sacrificed, it's not that big of a deal because there's not that funky pawn to E6 move. Although, wow, computer actually is saying that this is quite okay for white. That you can sacrifice your bishop, but then advance your pawns through the center. Well, computer actually wants to take here because it wants to open up for this rook. This is fascinating. And then knight takes pawn is coming up, and that knight will then defend the pawn here and threaten to push further forward. Wow, this is super fascinating. And it's not that easy to get this one into the game. Because if you go knight here now, like I would imagine just pawn to g4. And you're controlling here, you're controlling there, you're controlling everywhere the knight can go. Ooh, pawn to f6, and then the knight can go here. Oh, that's very sneaky. And apparently this is winning for black. It just depends on whether you manage to get your pieces into the game. Doesn't matter so much that white has some kind of intimidating pawns. I don't see what else he's doing other than e4 though. He cannot allow to have his bishop pointing in towards a black pawn that is so safely defended by another pawn. He has to go e4. There's just no choice. And if he goes e4, then Anna can she can choose to go for h5, and then we can get this piece sacrifice. Or if she doesn't like that, she can just go knight to e7 and reinforce. Which is yeah, this is just good for her. Computer saying pawn to a4 is the only decent move, but that's not really obvious. Basically, you have to prevent the black rook from starting the counterattack. No, I'm liking her position. I think she's gonna win. Yeah, all of Anna's pieces are on the on their starting position, basically. What an amazing game chess is, that you can have all your pieces on starting positions. Your opponent doesn't have any pieces. Well, I guess they have one on starting positions, and still black is significantly better. I think this really highlights how important pawn play is in chess. Because Anna is doing well not because of her pieces, but because of her pawns. Okay, e4 played, attacking in towards the middle. I'm not. I kind of thought this piece sacrifice is very interesting. I think I'm back to liking just keep stuff defended, and you're doing well. Knight to e7 and then go rook up here afterwards. Start the counterattack. That seems good to me. Bishop h5 to prepare f4. That's a good suggestion. Bishop h5. Okay, she did go knight to e7. So she didn't get fancy trying to capture this one. She did go knight to e7. And now I agree with the chatter who said bishop h5. I think that makes a lot of human sense. It's impossible for Anna to kick this bishop out of its positioning, and it's preparing a big threat with pawn to f4 next. Yeah, this makes a ton of sense. It's kind of scary. Wow. One of the lines the computer is suggesting is pawn to b5, completely ignoring the fact that your opponent just put their bishop pointing in towards your king. And then after pawn to f4, creating this tension, trying to open up for the rook together with the bishop against the f7 pawn. Oh, for a moment, it was suggesting rook a3, which is crazy to me. But the computer, I eventually also figured out it was crazy. But rook h7, just simply defending. This is madness. Huh. Yeah, but the thing is, as long as the rook gives that extra defense to the f7 pawn, anytime white now were to trade, after the recapture, we would simultaneously be able to chase the bishop away. And white can try being fancy with sacrificing their rook. The idea being that if the rook is captured, the next rook will come in and it will be unpleasant with the bishop pointing down towards the rook and king. But the thing is, you don't need to take this guy when you can take this guy. The bishop is the one pointing towards the king. So the bishop is the priority to take out. And here black just wins. Yeah, fascinating game. We're gonna get into a phase here where they speed up quite significantly. 16 moves played by both players. That means it's another 24 moves before move 40. The reason move 40 is so important is that you get an additional 30 minutes on the clock. But with this complicated situation on the board, I'm not even sure we'll make it to move 40, which renders that whole discussion moot. Yesterday was such a day where Anna won comfortably before move 40. And since she won yesterday, she has 1 point out of 2. She lost in the first round against a grandmaster, but frankly, that was kind of undeserved. She was winning in that game and managed to lose an equal endgame. Well, I say equal, drawish endgame. It was always a bit better for the grandmaster, but it was definitely a disappointment to make the even half the point escape the score table. But like Anna said herself, she's playing good chess. And if you play good chess, good things will happen. At least as far as chess results go. Someone in chat was talking about the Premier League results, so I'm just checking how Liverpool are doing. No spoilers, though. Is Black still better? How much better? I mean, Black is so much better that I have already declared that I believe Anna is going to win this. Although that assessment is also taking into consideration the fact that she is a significantly stronger player than her opponent. That being said, I feel I mentioned it early on, but I'll mention it again. Pedro, in the previous round yesterday, he managed to beat a 2,200 rated player. So even though he's significantly lower rated than Anna, he's actually had a really good tournament so far. He's on 2 points out of 2. And the reason they're playing against each other, even though they don't have the same amount of points, is because they're using like what is called an accelerated Swiss system, which essentially means that they give some fake points to the good players early on, of which Anna is one, in order to provoke more battles between the best players early on. In the fear that if you have too many bad players in a tournament, you risk that the good players don't end up playing against each other, which can be unfortunate for uh, the standings. And yeah. He beat his higher rated opponent when Anna couldn't. I mean, that's one way of looking at it, not the way I would choose, but one way. Fake points are removed later. Yeah, so fake points are removed gradually as the tournament progresses. So I think the normal thing is that you remove half a fake point after 3 rounds, and then another half fake point is removed after 5 rounds. Something like that. So right now, Pedro has Anna has 1 fake point, which is why she can have 1 point and her opponent has 2 points, and they still play against each other. Okay, age 4 has been played. Doesn't really do anything though. It prevents Black from going age 5. Because now, if age 5, then yeah, free stuff. But it doesn't do anything because remember how the computer wanted White to go pawn a4? The point of that was to prevent Rook to a3. And now that he hasn't pushed the pawn forward, that's a great opportunity for Anna to start her counterattack. That being said, she has multiple good options here. I also like bishop to d7, with the idea of going bishop to c6 afterwards. Essentially, the bishop would then both be protecting the weakness in the center and the weakness on b7. So it would be a bad bishop, but like my coach once said, bad bishop defends good pawns. So sometimes a temporary bad bishop can be okay, so long as they keep protection, in particular of this d5 pawn. That's the most important one, holding everything together. So I like this move. And also this move, like bishop g7, just get castled, get the pieces into the game. We've said for quite some time now that Anna is playing without her bishop and her rook. Well, she can make amends here by moving the bishop out and castling. That's going to get those pieces into the game very nicely. So yeah, there's plenty of good options, I would say. Rook a3 is not hard to see. It's harder than it looks because after rook up, knight can go back, and then the rook has to move, and then the knight can return. So it's not like you get to have your rook on that a3 square, but you can try and improve the positioning of your rook while white doesn't have anything better than going back and forth. And actually here the rook on a5 is super useful because it offers that extra protection to the central pawn that is so crucial in black's strategy. So rook a3, it's not really about going after the pawn. It's more about improving the rook a little bit because white doesn't have anything better than retreating to chase the knight and defend the pawn. And then once the knight has retreated, well, then it's terrible. It needs to move to get into the game. And that's how you essentially just get a rook move for free as black. Why not go straight to a5 then? Because if you go rook a5, now it's white to move. But if you go rook a3, attacking the pawn, knight goes back, attacking rook, defending pawn, rook goes back. Here, the knight doesn't really have anything better than just returning to its original placement. But here, it's black to move. So you essentially win time, win a move by doing it this way. Is this the idea behind tempo? Well, tempo is the expression. It literally means time, right? In Italian. And so when we talk about winning a tempo, it means winning time. And when we talk about winning time, you can't win a lottery and be awarded 30 extra minutes on the clock. So when we talk about time in a chess context, or at least winning time context, it's about the time to execute your plans. So what you're winning is not really time, but it's actually you're winning a move. You get a free move to improve your rook, and then you can do something else. Win on tempo. Yeah, and very important because there's some grumpy Italians out there. We saw one with the pizza yesterday, but it's one tempo, but it's two tempi. So we used the Italian grammar since we borrowed the word from Italian. Two pizzi. Do you have like an authentic Italian pizzeria in your neighborhood? I would love to see you going there, ordering two pizzi. Oh, it's actually two pizza. Oh my God, it wasn't even a joke. And damn, there's many Italians in chat. Oh wow, okay. I thought we were making a joke, but apparently, no, that was very real. Two pizza. I've genuinely never heard that before. Same in Polish and Serbian. Okay. I guess you guys are good at. I don't even understand why you would copy the grammar. I mean, loaning words from other languages, that's a cool thing. But then using the grammar from the loan language, that doesn't make sense to me. A language's grammar, you gotta stay, that's not something you can copy easily. In German, we say two Pizzen. Yeah, but then you're using German grammar. So that makes sense. The fact that you have an E in your grammar is insignificant to the discussion we're having. Pizza is pronounced with double C, but we agree that pizza is with a T set, TS, right? Are you saying the TS sound is not in the plural version of the word? That's crazy. Who can eat more than one anyway? Uh, are you American by chance? But then again, an American would never say that you couldn't have two pizzas. So, but at the same time, they're the only ones who would have the gigantic portions that the discussion could even be worthwhile. Okay, Anna did go bishop g7. This was one of the three moves we said were fine. Pedro, he trades the pawns on the king's side. EC, recapture. And that we like to see those EC recaptures because that means quick moves, less time pressure. It also opens up for the rook. I'm not sure this is going to be super useful, but here's hoping. The only reason to make this trade is if he's planning to go bishop g4 afterwards, I think. Because the only way the trade between the pawns makes sense is if you're trying to attack this pawn afterwards. And the only way you can attack this pawn now is by getting the knight up. But the problem then is that the bishop is where the knight needs to go. So then you have to move the bishop, blockade the pawn, so that the pawn cannot run away. And then you go with the knight to attack afterwards. But computer is not very impressed with this plan. Castles? Are we just completely ignoring this guy? Oh God, we are. Oh, this is very interesting. Actually, what if we just defend? Ah, if you defend, then there's a problem with that the bishop is pointing towards both the knight and the rook. Okay, that was some fancy stuff though. Just completely leaving this pawn to its own devices and trying to start the counterattack on the opposite flank. That feels kind of tricky to understand that it's the right path. Instead, Pedro plays a4, which was the computer's top choice. And a4 prevents rook to a3. So Anna had the opportunity to play rook a3. As we know, it would have won her a tempi. But now that possibility is prevented. I'm just trying to piss off the Italians. It didn't get the response I was looking for. I think they understood they were being baited. Tempi Preventi? That sounds like a Harry Potter spell. But yeah, I agree. Is Hammer fun to party with? No. Definitely not. But which format is the best way? It's the best for me to tell my jokes, my silly little jokes. Twitch format suits them. Nail biting tension? I don't know. I think she's fine. Okay, we're back to the. This has a specific word in Norwegian. I have no idea what it is in English. Blinkers? Is that a thing? Damn, Hammer isn't 2600 anymore? Yeah, I know. I almost got it back. I just needed to win the final round in the Nordic Championship last week. And then I played a terrible game. Blinders. Thank you, Dalton. That sounds precisely what I was thinking about. What's the Norwegian word? Skilappe. The one Ulan put in chat. Anna never castled. Is that bad? In general, I would advise that you castle your king. And she has had some issues with the fact that her bishop and rook was not really participating in the play. But I will say that because the queens were traded very early on, that makes not castling more acceptable than it otherwise would have been. In general, castling is a king safety thing. And when the queens get traded off, the king safety becomes a bit less important because it's way more difficult to attack the king without the queens on the board. And helping the rook get into the game. Yeah, but rooks are so slow to get into the game anyway. Even when you do castle, it usually takes another 15 moves for the pawns to get out of the way. 10 moves, maybe. I'm still liking this bishop to d7 move. I mentioned it earlier, but I stay true to the general idea of giving extra protection to this guy and this guy. So bishop d7 and then bishop c6. And now that I've offered extra protection to this pawn, it means that the knight is free to do other things. And then the knight can try and attack this guy in the center instead. Yes, that makes perfect sense to me. Ooh, but now the computer wants this and going after here. Ah, remember when I said the only logical plan is to go bishop g4 and then go after the pawn on g5? Well, the computer said, well, then black starts a counterattack against the c3 pawn. However, that counterattack is no longer available as the white pawn has progressed up the board. Ooh, but f5 is cool. f5 attacking the bishop, and if the bishop just retreats, then this guy is in big trouble. So you have to do en passant, but then after the en passant, you get your bishop pointing towards the major weakness. In fact, I think pawn to f5 would be an interesting move even at this moment. The general idea is that if the pawn gets to stay on the f5 square, it's able to push further forward and just completely shut this white bishop out of the game, which the computer says is just completely winning for black. So anytime Anna goes f5, trying to go f4, white absolutely needs to take en passant. But then after bishop takes back, we get that diagonal opened up, and we get that sweet pressure against the c3 pawn. Although here the pawn can just, yeah. The problem here is that white can just make sure that they stop anything from happening and start counterattacking our pawn, which is not super well defended. Computer actually thinks this is better for black, but to me, it's starting to look better for white. Just because it's so much easier for white to attack this pawn than it is for black to attack the one on e5. It's a very interesting position, though. Anna needs to make a decision. She has some interesting moves. She can go f5. She can go bishop d7. Hell, I mean, she can even castle. Oh, rook a5 is also interesting. Because if you go bishop d7, you're attacking this pawn, so the pawn progresses forward. But you can try and go rook a5, give protection in towards the center, while also making sure the pawn cannot progress so that you can target it afterwards. Oof, this is actually her problem right now. She has too many good moves. This is good, this is good, this is good, and this is good. So then you find a lot of interesting moves to make, but then you have to try and assess which is the best of the choices. And it's super difficult to make those kind of assessments. It's difficult even when you're looking at two different options, but when you have four different options that all have different ideas and different situations that occur, yeah, that's going to be time consuming. If you have a lot of good moves, how important is it to get the best move? Oh, you're asking the good questions. Not that important. Sometimes it's absolutely crucial, and sometimes it's not that important. But the thing is, a lot of humans we try not to settle. And we want to figure out which is the best. We're not happy with just any move. And that is the problem for people who get into time trouble, is that they cannot settle for good enough. They have to go for the best. That's why they end up in time trouble most of the time. Okay, we got to move though. Bishop d7. I believe that was my first choice. Just maneuvering that bishop to a good square. The bishop is going to be bad, but it's going to be protecting some very good pawns. So we're going to live with a bad bishop in order to have good pawns. And the bishop is going to be better there than it was here, right? So we're spending 2 moves on the bishop, becoming a little bit better placed. And importantly, when we reinforce the protection of the d5 pawn, that means that the knight can do other things. I guess that's kind of the most important thing. Getting the bishop into a better position, we're kind of threatening this pawn also, which is useful. It's useful to threaten things while you're executing your plan, because that limits the opponent's choices. Okay, he doesn't move the pawn. Instead, he makes a counterattack against the black pawn. But we don't really care about this, because we wanted this bishop here to defend anyway. So we're not going to be distracted by the white pawn, but at some point in the future, maybe a situation arises where we'll be able to capture this pawn anyway. So it's not going to be now. We're going to prioritize defending our own, but maybe in the future, there is going to be an opportunity to exploit the pressure we have. And Anna played very quickly there, which is nice. Any quick moves we're very thankful for. As long as she doesn't get into horrendous time trouble here, I do still believe she's going to win this game. Do you think Pedro will get into time trouble? I mean, I would argue he's already in time trouble. 13 minutes? He needs to make another 20 moves? That's it's time trouble. 1 minute on average per move, if you include the extra 30 seconds you get. I think that qualifies. In the long run, does always looking for the best move improve your chess skills or not? I mean, chess skills are usually improved in training, right? So my thinking about this, or rather how I trained, was that I found winning very motivating. And so if I was winning, I was probably training more, which in turn means that I was getting better. So with that in mind, I would say having good time management is a good way of winning, which in way is a good way of improving, if you followed my drift. Okay, so he does end up moving that pawn further forward after all. Wow, computer top choice now is rook a6. What the? Huh? That is the weirdest thing. I mean, I can see the computer suggesting it. I can even see the moves it's suggesting afterwards, and it makes no sense to me. I still don't get it. Okay, I think there's a trap here. I think there's a big trap here. I think Anna should spend some time. The natural thing to do. So the bishop has taken over the responsibility of protecting the pawn on d5, which means the knight no longer has to do that job, which means the knight can now go to g6 and try and attack the pawn in the center. But my concern is the move a6. Pawn to a6 sacrifices a pawn, or maybe it even sacrifices something everywhere. But the point is that it loosens up the protection in White's camp. So if this pawn is captured, then the rook will come in. Suddenly the bishop is undefended. That bishop was so solidly placed just moments ago. Now it's not defended. If the king comes in to protect, then suddenly, bam, things are happening in the middle. Because after you recapture, the knight comes in, captures on c4, exploiting the fact that black cannot recapture without allowing the bishop to come in, check on the king, threat on the rook, and bad things are afoot. So yeah, I'm concerned about this a6 move. I'm concerned about the protection we have for the bishop, which is why I'm really liking the second move here that the computer is suggesting. So rook a h6, I do not understand whatsoever. I do understand rook to a6. This looks great, in my opinion. Because by preventing the pawn sacrifice, we're making sure that the b7 pawn gets to stay put. And as long as the b7 pawn gets to stay here, it's keeping the bishop defended. And the bishop is keeping the pawn defended. So this is a very nice synergy. Okay, Anna castles. Okay, that's also a good move. Because now if pawn moves forward, that pawn can just be captured. Previously, we were concerned about some stuff with invading against the king. For instance, if the rook comes up, previously we could not play bishop to b5 because then the rook would just sacrifice itself against the bishop. Back when the king was here and the rook was over in the corner. Because previously, black's rook was not protecting its buddy. But here it is, which eliminates a lot of these sacrificial options for white. Okay, so I'm going to say castling. Maybe that's even better than rook a6, now that I think about it. I'm happy with that one. Also, because by getting the king off the e file, it means that the threat of going knight to g6 and knight takes on e5 is much more significant. Because previously, if we go knight over here, even if we end up managing to capture this pawn, we would then always be scared about the rook pointing down towards the king. So castling kind of takes care of a lot of things at the same time. It creates the connection between the rooks so that the rook in the corner is protected, and it makes sure that the king can get away from potential danger on the e file, which in turn makes it easier for the knight to go after the central pawn. Yeah, no, castling here was great. Very happy with that. Okay, rook b6. It's very clear he wants to go a6. Wow, is that the first question mark move in the entire game? It actually is. So he wants to go pawn to a6, and he's preparing that by controlling that square with his rook. And now the good move for Anna is rook a7, with the idea that now if pawn a6, you get another rook over. Everything is pointing in towards this pawn, which we talked about very early on in the opening. This pawn is isolated, cannot be protected by other pawns. And I even said at some point that gradually we will try to get both our rooks over and capture the pawn. It's happening. It took some time, but it's happening. And that's why we said Anna has the long-term advantage, because if she manages to get her pieces into play, her ability to attack the white pawns are much greater than her opponent's ability to attack the black pawns, because these two were isolated weaknesses. So rook a7, pawn forward, rook over. And if pawn takes pawn, well, then we can take the rook and give a check on the king. And because it's a check on the king, white has no time to take the rook. And then we can save the rook to win the game. And note that this bishop is also defended. Great. Rook a7. That's gonna be pretty much game over, I think. Rook a7, it's just going to win the a pawn. White has no good way of keeping this one defended. Would you find rook a7? I mean, yes. It's always difficult to know what you would find when you always, you're sitting there with the computer giving you all the answers. But if Anna can find it, I think I would as well. Rook a7 on the board. Great move. And wow, she got an exclam for that. The question mark move for white followed by an exclam. You know that's a good sign. And there's no way of keeping this pawn defended. And Anna, she's playing very well. And she's going to win this one. Anna's kind of a giga chad this tournament. I mean, I don't want to grudge up the past, but would a giga chad lose the endgame? She's playing very well. She should have good chances for a norm. But yeah, I'm still kind of upset about her basic end games. She should have had more points, and she's played to the level where she deserves to have more points. Were the opponents not too low rated for a norm? I mean, she's already played a grandmaster. I think that's fine. As long as you're winning games, it's usually fine. What's a norm? So a norm is a very weird phrase, but it basically means a great performance. So in order to get a chess title, you normally have to have 3 norms, aka great performances, in addition to having a certain rating threshold. And it is my understanding that Anna is trying to upgrade her WFM, which stands for Women's FIDE Master. And she wants to become a WIM, which is the next step in the ladder. Um, and um, and that requires her to have 3 good performances, aka norms, plus a 2,200 rating. So she's so far away from the rating demand that it doesn't really matter to talk about now because anyway, anytime she gains rating, that's going to be good. But it boosts motivation tremendously to get one of these norms. So that's why we're mentioning it as a factoid because, well, let's just say I wouldn't be mentioning it if I didn't think it was possible, and I wouldn't be mentioning it if she wasn't playing as well as she is. But I genuinely feel she's played to a very high level so far this tournament. She almost beat her first grandmaster. But he got away, but it was encouraging to just create that possibility in the first place. And that's why we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves, but it's well intentioned. Could Anna become better than you? No, but most people can't. Okay, the trade in the center. Another move where Anna can make a quick decision. She wants to keep her bishop because she wants to have the bishop defend everything. She also needs to keep the c4 pawn defended so that the white knight cannot capture it. And that's why she needs to recapture here with the pawn. It could be looked upon as tempting to take here with the knight because then you're attacking the rook. But the thing is, after the rook retreats, you then have problems trying to defend the pawn on c4. So it's not worth. Just take back with the pawn and keep things defended. And then next up, you'll target the pawn on a5. And there's not really much white can do about it. Do you need all the norms at the same time as you have the rating? Interesting question, Sterling. The answer is that if you get the rating before your first norm, then it doesn't count. So, but as long as you've accomplished the rating after you made your first norm, you're fine. How do you get a norm? Well, it differs based on but it's like, it's a good performance based on the title you're achieving. So in Anna's case, it means she needs to have a rating performance. It means she has to perform as if her rating was 2,250. But it's much easier to perform to that level in a 9-round tournament than it is to achieve the rating itself. Because it's easier to be good for a little while than being consistently good. So in general, I would say that if you're good enough to make the rating demand, you're usually also good enough to get the norms. Where is MAIA, anyways? It's a suburb in the north of Porto. Snafu. Okay, another question mark move. It's not clear to me what his intentions are. He realizes it's a check on the king, right? Or maybe he doesn't realize, which is why he played this. Okay, Anna's giving a kind of confused look. That's the classic look you give to make your opponent think they made a mistake. In this case, it is the accurate look because your opponent did make a mistake. She's just going to move her rook over here to get that pressure both towards the white rook and the white pawn. And that's going to win her the game. Rook here, only winning move, by the way. But it's also super obvious. And she does go for it. This has been a very clean game. Straightforward. Well, I guess there was that thing with the pawn takes instead of bishop takes in the center. There's always some trickiness during a game, but mostly very impressive and very principled. Straightforward when her pieces were all on the back rank for most of the game. Yeah, I deserved that one. Okay, it wasn't straightforward, but it was clean, by which I mean that it was pretty much without mistakes. So even though she had all her pieces way back on the board, it was still always, she was always playing good plans. She followed the principle of taking space and having a good pawn structure more than development. Yeah, and it paid off massively. So it was also what I would say it's like a good positional game. And interesting. I mean, interesting also. Like winning a game like this with the black pieces when you're winning after only 22 moves after the position has been super interesting because there's a very clear difference in long term versus short term. It was a good win, is what I'm trying to say. Always happy to see the London losing. That's the attitude. That's the kind of energy we like to see in chat. She was winning in 20 moves versus a grandmaster. Yeah, that's true. She's been winning in 20 moves for all her games. That's not too bad. To be fair, she was having, despite it being only 20 moves, she always was less than half an hour on the clock, but never mind that. We're counting moves, not watching how much clock you spent. He also remained up on the clock for this entire game, which once again, I think it's mostly due to Pedro more than Anna herself, because frankly, she has 18 minutes left after 24 moves, which is not great. But as long as that kind of thing gives her the confidence, makes her feel like she's playing quicker and feeling good about playing quicker, that it's giving her results, that I think promises very well for the future. What is the likelihood of this game finishing before 40 moves? I would say 50-50. The thing is, Anna is about to win a pawn, but then it's going to be an endgame. And her opponent is not going to resign until he loses 2 pawns. But he only has 2 minutes left. So there's a fair chance he's going to lose another pawn. Does he think he has a chance for a draw? I mean, you should always try and fight as best as you can. But I don't think he's feeling very optimistic right now. Okay, he's trying to run his king over in order to stop the black pawn. What's going to happen right now is rook takes pawn, and then we're going to have lots of trades, and then the king is going to run over, and Anna needs to find a good plan here. Off the top of my head, I'm thinking bishop back and then rerouting the bishop to protect here. Because I'm a bit concerned. Computer wants knight to g6 here to attack the pawn. But I'm concerned that then knight takes c4 is a good move. Because after pawn takes knight, the bishop takes bishop. And suddenly this became very unclear. Because now the white bishops, and this one in particular, is very, very good. Computer says you can go g4 though. Wow, that's so good. g4, and if you take the pawn, well, then there's no pin. So then the pawn can capture the bishop, no problem. But there's knight to a5. You attack my bishop, I attack your bishop. And then we're going to be equal on number of pawns. Or are we? Because after pawn takes bishop, knight takes bishop, then this guy actually continues forward and becomes a new queen. So if the white king was back here, then this would be good for white, because then you could just recapture. Small margins. Small margins. So it's not completely obvious due to the pressure the white has against these pawns. Ooh, but I'm amazed I didn't realize this sooner. Knight to c8. Now that we got the rook over, now is a good time to attack the white rook, force it back, and then capture the pawn. And the benefit of this is that we don't have to capture with the pawn on a6. We can capture with the rook, which is good because it keeps this bishop and pawn protecting each other. And that means that white has no trickery against our position. Although computer is suggesting that the bishop should move up here so that the knight can come in. And then it's saying knight to a7 is the best move. Wow. Where the knight makes its way up to attack the pawn on c3. White manages to take here. And we end up in a situation where, amazingly, it's equal on number of pawns, but it's completely winning for black, according to the engine, because black has their pawns higher up on the board. And when there's a 3 3 versus 3 on opposite sides of the board. It's just about who makes it to the other side faster. But from a human perspective, this would feel very scary. Because you're like, well, you can even get checkmated here if you're not careful. Yeah, no, this is interesting still. And Anna should be a bit accurate. I think knight to c8 is the most accurate way to go to keep that protection between the knight, the pawn, and the bishop. Pedro has a time issue. Yeah, this is true. Is that Juan always supplying water? You can see on her right side how many water bottles she already dunked down. But to be fair, they don't look very big. Hydrate, chat? Yeah, this is true. Look at those EU caps. Yeah, I hate those. We got them like half a year ago. You can't take them off. I guess it's good because it means that it reduces litter, plastics that get spread. Oslo has a massive littering problem. People have no common courtesy, solidarity. People just throw their trash around like madmen. I always pull them off anyway. Yeah. Do they end up polluting our rivers? I'm sure there's a good reason why it's like this. Basically, in Norway, the only good environmental policy that's implemented is the one EU does. In my opinion. We've had, yeah. Environmental parties are not doing great in Norway, unfortunately. Okay, she's taken on a6. I would have preferred to see the knight c8 thing. But computer believes this was the best move. You just have to be accurate about how you face some of the trickery White has at their disposal. Okay, trade between the rooks 1 time and 2 times. That was quick. We went from 4 rooks on the board to 0 rooks on the board in 4 moves. Anna has an extra pawn. It's not any pawn either. It's a pawn that could potentially push its way all the way over to become a new queen. But I think the main thing here is not so much this pawn. It's more about this pawn. And if this pawn is eliminated, then it's easy access to attack the pawn on c3. And king e1 is played. This is precisely what we analyzed. And now Anna should not fear the bishop pointing in towards the black bishop. So I said my first instinct here was to go bishop d7 to reroute the bishop to defend in a different way so that I could avoid this pin. But computer says the winning move here is knight to g6 And the key idea is that if knight takes pawn, exploiting the fact that white's bishop is looking down on black's bishop, and the black bishop is undefended. But now g4, knight escapes to counterattack. But now we have this idea where our pawn makes its way up and becomes a new queen. So we're one move away from game over. But it is a move that involves a big trick that she needs to calculate properly. That being said, I also like this move f5. I talked about this earlier, how the f5 move is an interesting idea, because if the pawn is allowed to push further forward, this bishop is completely out of play. So you kind of have to make the en passant move against it, but that would allow the bishop to get a very nice attack on the c3 pawn. This seems very straightforward once you get that active bishop making the instant threats. So this is probably also fine. But knight g6, that's the accurate way to do it. Have to and en passant is redundant. I mean, do we have more anarchy chess people in chat than we have chess? I guess maybe we do. I feel like anarchy chess is still, it's niche in that you have to have quite a bit of chess interest. A5 and knight h6 is g6 is equal eval. Yeah, I don't know why though. A5 king here. I guess the only reason it's the same valuation is because you can do the same trick afterwards. Actually here it's even better because you can go bishop here, check the king. And when the king moves, you can just take the knight. Yeah, okay. E5 is also good, but it's for the same reasoning that you can go knight to g6 afterwards. Basically just saying that you can do it later on. Eight minutes remaining, but she has a winning move. And we can see from the camera, she is focused right now. She knows she's so close to deciding this game in her favor. Two winning moves. You guys don't understand the concept here. The thing is, if she goes knight g6, it's obvious what she's going to do next. And it's game over. A5, the computer says it's winning. But the computer says it's winning because you can go knight g6 later on. But the move a5 in itself doesn't indicate that you have seen the knight g6 idea. In fact, If you had seen the knight g6 idea, you probably would play it here first instead. Which is why I'm saying there's one winning move, because there's one move that both wins the game and showcases that you have understood the right idea, that you don't have to be scared of the pressure the white bishop has in towards blacks. Hope she finds it, but not sure. Yeah, same, Brown. Well, the key here is not the knight g6 move. The key is the g4 move. Realizing that you can sacrifice a pawn to get the white bishop away from pointing down on the black bishop. If she sees the g4 move, then she's going to go for this, and then she's going to win the game. Six minutes. Is f6 okay? Yeah, f6 and f5, both of these moves are quite good. But knight to g6 is way more convincing because that's actually going to win the pawn instantly instead of just trading it off. But regardless, it is in Anna's best interest to get rid of the pawn. So she would prefer taking it if she can. But worst case, she will trade it off with one of black's pawns. But the key is get rid of this pawn so that your bishop can attack the pawn that's behind the center. Five minutes? Usually countdowns are countdowns to something exciting. But here we're kind of hoping we don't get to 0. You guys are used to this, right? She needs to make another 13 moves. She gets an additional 30 seconds per move she's made. So you could argue in theory she's going to get another 6.5 minutes, which means she has 10.5 minutes for 13 moves. But anytime you have less than 1 minute per move on average, it's not optimal. Okay, she's about to move. Looking very focused. If she goes after the knight, she wins the game. She's having her hand on the right side of the board. If she was going to move something on the left side, I do think she would have lifted her hand. So I think she's going either after the pawn, the bishop, or the knight. And all of those are good. Well, no, sorry. Bishop is not great. To her credit, she is making the moves that I'm suggesting. The problem is that the computer is saying my moves are bad, which in turn means that Anna's moves are bad. Hammer jinxed it. I didn't jinx it. I just told you the human instinct. And the fact that she's playing according to a Grandmasterly instinct, that's good news. And then, you know, preferably she should manage some tricky calculations at some point. But the instinct, the logic of her moves are good. Okay, king to d1. Now she's going to go bishop e6. And the reason for this is that now the bishop is no longer pointing towards. Actually, she doesn't even need to go bishop. She can actually go pawn g4, chase the bishop back, and then go knight to g6. Ah, maybe this is her plan. This is a very good way of winning the pawn. And if white tries pawn to f4 to keep it defended, then she can just go after that pawn instead. And there's no way for white to keep it defended. So, yeah, g4 played. GG. Good play. Forcing the bishop away from the pressure against d5. There's no more pin against the bishop. Knight to g6 has been played. And there's no saving the pawn on e5. And she's winning a second pawn, and with it, the game. She would have to do en passant? No. If pawn to f4, the key here is not being a pepega and actually understanding that you are allowed to attack the pawn instead of taking en passant. Okay, we're going to test this out. f4 has been played. En passant gives white new lease on life because that would allow the knight to come in and protect. But if she just goes after this one, there's no way for white to protect it. And she's done it. She's done it. That is the game. Beautifully executed. Rook endgame's not her thing. But based on both this game and the game she had against Nemo during the chess camp tournament in LA, she's very good when there's both bishops and knights in the endgame. Problem is, rook endgames are more common. Yeah, I agree. So I would put some effort into that. But today, the rooks were eliminated in brutal fashion just 5 moves ago. All of them. And that was enough to secure her the win. He's very low on time. Yeah, he's trying desperately to find some sort of a defense. But I can assure you, there is none. King comes up, that's fine. We take the pawn. We could take with a bishop. Yeah, maybe bishop is better because then we're going to have an easier time winning the second pawn afterwards. So computer likes knight takes, but I like bishop takes. Because then after the trade here, there's attacks here and here. And as the bishop moves back, we can move back and then we take a third pawn. I approve, and she's done it. Is it best for him to just resign? I mean, as the saying goes, no one's ever won a game by resigning. So best would be a judgment call. It depends on when the restaurants close. But seeing as how we're not in Norway, but actually in Southern Europe, I think he's fine to play on a little bit longer without missing out on dinner. I have a dream that one day Twitch chat won't constantly be calling for the opponent to resign. Let's just say Twitch chat did also ask on Friday, why is the Grandmaster playing on? This is obviously a draw. So they're not the most. They don't necessarily learn from their mistakes either. Was the GM Anna's dad? No, it was an Argentinian Grandmaster. Pawn on e5 cannot be defended. This is correct. And in fact, the current position on the board is what we had on the analysis board 3 minutes ago. What can I say but great minds think alike? Is there anyone in the Kremlin family below a 2000 rating? Maybe Anna's grandparents? But I know that Tia's brother is an international master, aka Anna's uncle. I once beat him in a very nice game. Positionally exquisite, if I may say so myself. Tia's brother has a son that's unrated. Wow. Well, there's the answer to your question. Anna's cousin, the black sheep of the family, the only one, not just rated under 2000, the only one without a chess title. Anna's going to have more points than Juan now. That's cool. Is the kid old enough to play chess? Ooh, good question. How old is the cousin? Okay. We're gonna make it to move 40. But we're not gonna go way past move 40. Anna is up by 3 pawns. She's gonna win this game, but because all her pawns are on the same color as her bishop, it's a bit difficult for her to get a new queen. So she needs to take some time here to get her king up and then the pawn up and then challenge this guy. So something like this. pawn to a5 first to make sure that the white king is unable to get in. And then when the bishop attacks, we move the bishop in a way where it both protects the pawn and makes sure that the king cannot progress. And then we just move the king up and the pawn forward. It's going to take a couple of moves, but it's not going to take a lot of thinking time. Knight f3 instead. Doesn't really do anything. Obviously, white needs to avoid the trade. I don't really understand what she's trying to achieve with this move. Doesn't really progress anything. She needs to get her king involved and then the pawn up. Maybe she's making the argument that if the knight has to back up, then it's going to be easier for her to create a path for the king to move. Move your freaking king! Did nobody tell you that? Oh no, actually this is fine. Yeah, this is good. Knight to a3. He tries to avoid the trade, but now knight to d2 attacks the bishop moves, and then knight to e4. She actually managed to force the knight so far out on the edge that her knight got hold of the g3 pawn. I don't know why knight a3 popped up on my board, though, when we have the camera saying that no move has been made. Did the camera freeze? Oh, I think the camera froze. Well, there's not long remaining now, though, because he did play knight to a3, and then knight to d2 is gonna be the killer. Knight to d2 attacks the bishop. If the bishop tries to control the square the knight is going to, then you go bishop here. No, but then king. Oh no, but if the king tries to attack the knight, you can attack here and then attack. Yeah. Okay. So knight to d2, I think, is coming up. Oh, we have the camera. We have the camera with knight to d2 being executed. We're back. We're back in business. Knight to d2 attacks the bishop. The knight is trying to get at the g3 pawn. So the only way to prevent that is moving the bishop to g2. And make sure that if the knight comes back, the knight can be captured. But then okay, he needs to make a move though. Okay, he does go bishop to g2. He's preventing the knight from getting at the g3 pawn to begin with. And now the key is you want to end up with your knight here. So you first move the bishop. Yes. Good play. Good play. The bishop goes in for the trade. And if the trade happens, then the knight comes in and wins a fourth pawn. And this is move 39. So they're going to make it to move 40, but they're not going to make it way past move 40. Because this is about to be over. He does accept the trade, but then as the knight captures in the center, that's going to be the loss of the pawn on g3. There's nothing saving that pawn. And it's been and he resigns the game. Very, very well executed game. Great effort. They made it to move 40. But after move 40, he resigned. And now we're going to do a little magic trick. Because as some of you may know, we are watching this on a 10-minute delay. And I am being told that we are moments away from getting Anna in here to talk about her game going back off the delay. The time travel. Let's go. Ooh, the 10 gifted from Farsh. Let's go. The celebrations have started. A second win in 3 games. She's been winning after 20 moves in all her games. Generally, it's been well played so far. And I think, Anna, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Congratulations.
Thank you, Hammer. I'm so happy.
Do you think you played a good game?
I think so. I was actually really proud of the whole game because it felt like he just didn't really have a chance. I was thinking for a while, I don't know if you saw at the end when or of course you did because you've commentated the whole game, but when I was going to take the pawn on a6, I was thinking about if I should go knight c8 to keep a rook and then try to just pick up all the pawns with my rook and then trade on a6. That's what I was thinking for a while there, but then I saw this idea of bishop d7 and everything, and then I was like, okay, this is just winning. I don't have to complicate it.
Yeah. No, I agree. I thought it was a great game. You've had a couple of great games now in a row, right? Even
so.
the
I feel
game
like
against the
I'm playing well with
Grandmaster was pretty good, except something happened after midnight. But other than the
Stop.
post midnight stuff,
You know what they say, Hammer? Nothing good happens after 1 a.m. I think this was 12 a.m., but still. Nothing good happens after 12 a.m. Do you think it was a good game? Like, did I make any mistakes?
knight takes e5 was a mistake, but that was the only mistake you made.
Really? Why is that a mistake? I thought with knight g8 everything was fine.
Yeah, no, because his pawn takes was also a mistake. Let me talk to let me see if we can get the analysis board on the screen.
Yeah.
And then everyone can actually see what we're talking about.
Sounds good. Hello, chat. I'm so happy. This feels so good. And it felt especially good because I felt like I was like slowly but surely kind of just like, it felt like he just couldn't make any moves. I felt like I was screwing the screw, you know what I mean, right? Like I felt like I was just like, yeah, it felt really good. It was like I was thinking I would not wish to have the white pieces right now. So it felt really good. Also, I'm gonna get you guys up over here. I'm gonna get you guys up over here. And also, no time trouble. Do you see that my time management has improved, everyone? It has actually improved. I felt so proud. It's like I truly feel like I have a change of mindset. I've been really trying to work on it because I've realized it's only mental. And I really feel like this tournament, I've had a bit of a change of mindset, which feels amazing. So yeah.
That's
How are you
great.
fuming? Wait, what?
You've been up on time 2 games in a row. Fantastic.
Have you been roasting my time management, Hammer?
Roasting is a bit harsh. I'm just, I may have pointed out that you had, after 20 moves, you had 20 minutes remaining.
So what? My opponent had 10. As long as you have
No,
the opponent,
well,
it's
yeah.
fine.
And I'm not trying to, because the most important thing is that you feel good about your kind of time consumption, and that you feel like you're making good decisions despite playing faster than maybe you're used to.
Yeah, you have to understand, Hammer. This is faster than what I typically do. 25 minutes at move 20 is so much better than 10 minutes, which is what I have a lot of times, which I know is still bad, but we're getting up there. And I feel a difference.
Yeah, no, that I would imagine makes a difference.
Because I've come to realization that all the games are decided between the move 20 and 40 anyway, so what's the point of having 5 minutes left and having a great position that I'm just gonna mess up? Like there's no point in that. So I
That's
have
so
truly felt
true.
like I have a yes, exactly, that I've had a change of mindset. So I am not kidding everyone. This is fast Anna incoming. This is not, you know, this is fast Anna incoming. Like I really feel like I've gone through this mental block of time management. So I'm really, really, really excited about that.
Yeah, so we were talking about knight to e5. I think that was potentially the only thing that can be classified as a mistake on your part. And the reason is that if he had captured back with the bishop, I'm
Hmm.
assuming you were intending bishop to f5.
Mm, I was intending bishop to f5, yes.
Yeah, because you're trying to prevent the rook from activating via the b1 square. The problem is that he can give up his bishop against your knight, and then as you recapture, he goes pawn to e4. And
Oh,
suddenly, both your control of the b1 square and your safety of the pawn on c4 is in major doubt.
oh, I see. Okay, yeah, that is a problem. Okay, but
And
maybe then I don't play. Yeah.
this was seriously uncomfortable. Yeah, like this is
Seriously
very
uncomfortable.
unpleasant for you. And it's weird to me because it feels like you've done nothing wrong. But
Yeah,
the thing is, you have delayed your development of the king side so much that if
yeah,
white does manage to open up the position, even if you have the bishop pair,
yeah, I
opening up the
see.
position does favor white because white's pieces are just way more in play than yours.
Yeah, I see. Um, so what do I need to do instead of knight takes e5? What should I have played instead? Because I didn't
Bishop
want to
f5.
let take. Because I thought it was bad to let him take my knight. Because then I thought the a pawn could become good.
Yeah, and I talked about this. You can watch the VOD if you're interested, but I yeah. So my argument is that this trade is not. It's easy to think it's bad for you because it's doubled pawns and because it kind of gives the a pawn more leeway. But the thing is, you also reinforce the protection of your very important pawn on c6, on c4, because your
Mm.
pawn on c6 is now contributing to that pawn chain. And we were doing an analysis of like a potential continuation where white is kind of like rushing their pawn, or trying to get their rook to the b file using a bit unorthodox methods. But the thing is, once you manage to get your pieces into the game and preferably also trade off the white bishop on f4 so that you gain access to the b8 square, even though white has this seemingly good pawn, and even though white can technically defend it very well, it's just you have control of the open file, and
I see.
and you have the ability to kind of, well, you can go rook a7 and then rook b6, and then you can just move your knight back. And it turns out having this pawn on a6, yeah, it's decent, but it's still an isolated pawn, and it's very difficult for
Yeah.
white to defend a long term.
Yeah, no, I actually see that you mean. I I thought I had lost it at some point in your whole analysis because I'm not looking at the board. I'm only listening to you. But
Oh,
I see what you mean. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. That's why I started laughing.
I
But
kind of
yeah.
assumed that you had the stream on your phone or something,
No, I only have
on a
chat, so I'm
pad
not seeing
or
the board.
something.
So I was
Yeah,
trying to
okay.
picture everything.
Yeah, no, well,
um, but no. But I see what you mean. It actually makes sense that knight takes e5 is a mistake now that I'm thinking about it. I think in my brain I just kind of went I have to take it because I didn't understand that it was that I could let the a pawn be free like that, and so I just didn't really doubt it.
But I think you played some really good moves. And some really like, yeah, you played, like, for instance, this h6 move, the computer doesn't love it, but the thing is, if you had, instead of playing b4, the computer said h6 is the best move there. So like,
yeah, I was considering going
the,
h6 in that position. I was considering waiting one move.
yeah, well, h6 is just it's just a very good idea, and having the awareness of the idea, I think, is good in itself. And
Yeah.
I also, like, you made a couple of mistakes that the computer didn't like, but all of the kind of mistakes you made were also moves that I had specifically suggested. So I feel like your
Okay,
instincts
so they're
are
being.
very aligned with mine. They're not necessarily aligned with the computer, but you know, you got to start somewhere.
So you're saying that my instincts are the instincts of a grandmaster, but both you and I are too bad against Stockfish. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, essentially. Because
So are you
I
saying,
was
Hammer, that
suggesting bishop d7 both
yeah,
times you did it, both when it was a forward move and a backward move. I also think
yeah.
castling was excellent when you did that. And yeah, I agree with you. I think this was a good game.
Is Stockfish saying that this was a bad game?
No.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
Stockfish wanted knight d7 instead of knight g8. But I don't think it matters
Well,
too much.
okay, but can I just so Hammer, can you put this up because I'll tell you the analysis that I had in my brain because I was thinking for a long time knight d7. If you just put this up because I want to see if it works. Um, knight d7, and then I thought I thought e4, then I
Okay.
thought e6, I thought bishop f3, and then I thought rook a5, and then I thought um takes on d5, pawn takes on d5, rook e1, and then at first I thought that I could play knight c5, but then I thought the knight c5, bishop takes d5, knight d3. I thought that there was something there. Is this just good for me?
Yeah, this
I
is
thought knight
completely
takes
winning,
c4.
says the computer.
Okay. Okay.
But it also says
Okay.
that every move you suggested for black up to this point was perfect.
Well, this is what I was analyzing, and then I was
Yeah, yeah.
like, it just seems too
No,
soon to
but
go late
actually, we
game.
talked a bit about this today, the kind of different things you think about during a game. And I was trying to talk about the difference between calculating and assessing. And it seems to me like here you calculated perfectly and then you assessed wrong.
Mm. Yeah, I like calculating,
But as long
but
as you're
my
calculating
days of
well, that's a
like
great
yeah.
kind of sign, right?
Yeah, that's the thing I've studied the most in chess. Like during the days of me studying a lot, I would study like really complicated positions and calculate them for between 30 minutes and an hour. So that is what I feel the most comfortable with. I really like calculating. But yeah,
It's kind of time
I don't
consuming,
know.
though.
It is.
I
That is my
mean, no
problem.
wonder you're spending so much time.
I know. It's so fun to calculate though, Hammer. I love sitting by the board and just calculating. I have so much fun. I look at all these different lines. But then sometimes they're so long that I get lost myself in those calculations and I have to redo the whole calculation. So
No,
I
but
have to
that's
go back
normal.
just
Like, that's
I know.
normal.
But it's so fun. I love calculating. but yeah. Okay, but so Hammer, this is what I'm taking from this is that I'm thinking like you're thinking. This is
Yeah.
great signs for my road to Grandmaster one beautiful day.
Yeah. Is that a goal of yours?
I mean, it feels very far away, but I think kind of actually in the long term. Yeah, I think in the long term, yeah. But it's always felt so far away, so I've always kind of just tried to put it step by step. But I think long term, yeah. I definitely want to get like FM slash IM like the next few years.
Okay. And what are you doing to make it happen?
Studying sporadically, knowing that I need to study more to make it happen, but hoping that the level that I have right now will take me at least to 21, 2200.
Yeah, incremental improvements.
Yes. Hammer, what do you think I need to do to get there?
I mean, Rook Endgame seems like a decent start.
Too soon, Hammer. Too soon. This is too soon, okay? Very much too soon. Apart from Rook games.
I mean, I will say this. If you continue playing to the same level this tournament, you're definitely going to be above 2100 at the end of it.
At the end of
So,
this tournament?
surely, no?
That's a lot of rating in one tournament. That's 50 points.
No, but
Maybe you're right.
you got quite a bit in LA, someone said.
But I heard yesterday, because Hammer, you know, the thing is this, that I rewatch all the VODs. Because I find it fun listening to your commentary during my games. So
I think it's
heard
also
yesterday-
very teachable at the points where I'm talking about chess anyway.
Exactly, the points where you're not saying that Norway is better than Sweden, but the points where you're talking about the chess.
Yeah,
They're very teachable.
very educational.
Extremely educational, yeah. But basically, I heard you saying that the Botus tournament is not getting rated.
No, but I was wrong because you must have kind of just watched 5 seconds here and 5 seconds there because we actually
Oh, yeah,
clarified
5
that.
hours.
No, because the
Okay.
Botas tournament ended on July 31st, and a tournament is not rated if it's something like 5 days before the deadline or something. So
Oh,
it's
so
going to
you're
be rated
saying-
for September.
Oh, and so are you saying that this tournament will not be rated for the Olympiad as well? So if I gain rating here, it'll be because it finishes the 31st.
Yeah, no, that's not going to make it to the September list.
Yes. Okay. Hammer.
Wait
After
with the
Botas
yes
tournament-
until you know you actually gain rating, huh?
Okay. Let's not calculate. Okay. I'm getting too excited. I'm not gonna think about it. You're right. I shouldn't think about it. Tournament is not finished, but that means that I got my rating from LA. That's 25 points. That's
Yeah.
really close. Then I'm almost 2100 live now. Almost. I'm still lacking like 20 points, maybe.
Well, but I mean, the thing is, the way you've been playing so far means that you should be able to beat 2200s, right? And you don't have to beat a lot of 2200s before that stacks up fast.
Yeah. So Hammer, you're saying I have the strength of a 2200?
No, more than, because I was saying win against, but no, but you're
I'm getting so many compliments.
no, but you're playing at a high level, but you're not better than your next game and your next move.
Okay, you're right. I shouldn't get this to my head.
You were 2200 before, right? You should know
No,
better than
2175.
anyone. You should know better than anyone that you're not you can have a good top level, but if you're not able to show the consistency, then who cares if you're able to play at a high level for some time? You gotta keep it consistent.
Okay, these are good words from a grandmaster, I think. You're right. Would you want to coach me, Hammer?
I don't know. I mean, it couldn't go worse than my previous attempts, could it?
I don't think so. In fact, actually, my mom, I called her yesterday and I was talking to her. She's doing better, by the way. And I
That's
was
good.
like, oh, she was like, oh yeah, Hammer is great. And then I was like, yeah, he is. And then she was like, so Anna, have you thought about getting Hammer as your coach? Because she's sending me prep lines every day, and I think she's getting tired of it. So I think she wants me to get a coach. She said that the mix of her and Hammer would be the greatest mix of coaches ever.
Yeah, it could. Worth an experiment.
Exactly, exactly. And then Hammer, when I get to 2300, you'll be able to, have followed the whole journey with me.
Yeah. 2300, sure. Yeah, no, I'm
I mean,
just
ironic.
I'm burned at my previous attempt.
You need to get
That
your coaching confidence up, Hammer. You need some confidence. I'm sure you can
yeah.
be a great coach. You literally were the coach of Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, I didn't really have to do much then though, did I?
What did you do? Weren't you his second?
I mean, I did, I worked on some Berlin Endgames, but mostly
Okay,
I was
okay,
playing
so
tennis with the guy. Do you think playing tennis with you will make you a better chess player?
I think you motivating me to get a little bit of study, it's of physical exercise going at tournaments would motivate me, yes. But Hammer, just do some chess, do a little bit of exercise, and then boom, oh, we're there.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
yeah. No,
I just got a
no.
beer. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Of who? Ah, okay. No, no, no. I'm gonna finish this. Okay. Sorry. Sorry. What were you saying, Hammer? I got interrupted. Someone bought me a beer.
That's suspicious. No, it's probably a nice thing to do. Never mind. Yeah, no, the reason I'm hesitating in every sentence I speak is
Yeah.
just that my previous attempt at helping someone, become a chess playing superstar, uh, I don't think she put necessarily that much effort into it.
Yeah, but you know that I would put in the effort.
Do I
Can you not
though?
see it in me? Yes. Do you not see it in me?
No.
Don't you see how much I love chess?
Well, yeah, no, this is true. Yeah, no, that I do.
I'm motivated. I am very
Okay.
motivated.
How much time do you spend working on
My
chess an
goal,
average month?
well, my goal is to spend 1 hour every single day. That is my goal, and I
Seriously,
think it's
you're
a very
spending
achievable
one
goal.
hour every day? That's way more than me.
No, 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 no. I'm not doing it. I'm saying that's my goal. That's what I want to do.
Okay.
So I think if I
Yeah.
had like a routine, I could spend 1 hour very easily with the schedule that I have every day on chess.
Okay. Yeah. No, no, I believe you. I
Okay.
think the main thing right now is what I used to tell Alexandra is that you can feel bad but still perform well. A lot of training is just about confidence. If you do the training before the tournament, you're more likely to be confident about your own abilities. But even if you sleep poorly and even if you haven't done any training, you still have the ability to perform well.
People analyzing in the other room.
I am very sorry. Okay. Yes. Uh, we got Luigi over here.
Buongiorno!
From the other room. From the other. Yeah, but they are writing like, wow. Luigi's here.
They know you
I
know.
love you
You're
guys.
famous.
I love you guys. I love you guys.
Okay.
What did you do?
Huh?
Two
What did you do? I didn't want
pizza.
anything.
Did you know the plural
Yeah,
of
I told them
pizza?
I
It's
didn't want anything.
pizza.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Oh, the freaking pizza.
Yes. Bye bye. Okay. Sorry, Hammer. What were you saying?
Did you know the plural of pizza is pizza or something?
I, I didn't, Hammer. I didn't know it, but now I know it. Pizza. Anyways,
Yeah.
Hammer, we will talk about it. Okay, we will talk about these coaching. But I am really motivated. I do want to gain ratings. I'm not joking about that.
And I am not joking when I am saying you're playing very well.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm gonna
But to
keep
be
on
fair,
pushing to
we
do it.
haven't seen you low on time so far. So keep not getting low on time. I think that's part of the success.
I think so too. I will do that. And tomorrow, hopefully, I'll play a stronger player. So I think tomorrow it'll be an exciting day.
2200 tomorrow with the white pieces. That's going to be perfect.
Yeah, that's gonna be the game that's
And,
important. I
and
really
since
focus
you're
for that game.
so enthusiastic about chess and you love learning and studying, will you at some point consider not playing the same openings in every single game?
Yes, that is what I need help with. I need help with opening.
Yeah.
Hammer.
But not this tournament, in the future.
Not this tournament. Exactly, in the future.
That is the correct
Look
attitude.
at that! I'm convincing him. I'm convincing him. I'm convincing him. I see
Well,
it in you. I see it in your eyes.
But the thing is, I did prepare for you or against you on Alexandra's behalf. And I did notice you were very easy to predict in the opening.
I know it's a big weakness. Every time someone actually prepares, I get a bad opening. So that's my biggest weakness.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to seeing it tomorrow. I'm glad to hear Pia is doing better. And do you want to finish off the stream?
Yes. Lila's actually gonna record her recap, so I don't wanna take too long here because she's waiting for me. But thank you so much everybody for watching the stream. Tomorrow we go again. I'm very motivated. I'm very excited. So hopefully I keep on playing well. And I'm gonna give it my very best. There's not more that we can do. But so far I feel really good, both like in every aspect. So I'm hoping that I keep on playing well tomorrow. So tournament is not over until it is. Gotta, like Coach Hammer said, we gotta every single game we gotta think about it as a new game and play our best. But so far I'm very happy. So thank you so much, Hammer, for doing some amazing commentary. Thank you so much, chat, for hanging out over here. Thank you everybody for supporting me and rooting for me. Thank you, YouTube, as well. And yeah, I'll see you all tomorrow, same time as today, round 4 of the MAIA Chess Open. Bye bye, everybody. Bye bye. Do you want to wave as well, Hammer? Okay, I'm gonna raid somebody. Who do I raid? I'm gonna raid. Who's playing chess right now? We have. Oh, I'm gonna raid Lula. That's what I'm gonna do. Okay. I'm going to raid Lula. Okay, there we go. Thank you so much, everybody. Take care. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. 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 Did the raid work? Oh, there we go.